Chapter 1917. This was an extremely shocking scene. This was an unimaginable scene for all the living beings present. The extremely proud and noble 6 vermilion bird sages, the most arrogant beings in this world who wouldn't show any respect even to a god of creation, were actually kneeling and kowtowing to Enlil on the red vermilion bird planet. Almost all of the vermilion bird living beings had their eyes rolled into the back of their heads, and they were foaming at the mouth. Many of the miners who had been forced to do manual labor also fainted and collapsed to the ground. Those who could resist fainting were all returned to void stage mighty figures. However, their legs had also become weak, and they all knelt to the ground. Dao Ji and Mo Hai were no exception. In reality, Enlin's target was only the 6 vermilion bird sages. As for the other living beings, it was merely a wisp of his might that had accidentally dispersed. So, the divine might you unleash at full power is this powerful. Su Xiaolan's face was flushed red, and her eyes were as bright as stars as she stared at Enlil. How about it? Do you want to have a taste as well? Enlil had yet to unleash his divine might, and he glanced at Su Xiaolan. What are you saying? Don't be naughty. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's exquisite features as she spoke with a hint of anger. If Enlil unleashed his super divine might technique on her, she would probably kneel down as well, right? How embarrassing. Just thinking about it makes me feel both embarrassed and excited. Enlil waved a hand, and the holy flames that had engulfed the entire heaven and earth instantly disappeared. The 6 vermilion bird sages were struggling violently on the ground. Their brains were telling them not to kneel for the sake of their pride and dignity, but their bodies and bloodlines were instinctively telling them to kneel. This was the power of the super divine might technique. The weak were insta-killed, and the powerful were forced to kneel. Impossible. This is impossible. Why is my bloodline afraid of your might? My bloodline is clearly the noblest of all. Ah, great Empress Vermilion Bird, I've let you down. The 6 vermilion bird sages were either shocked and terrified, or they were so ashamed that they wanted to commit suicide. They, who were the proudest of them, actually kneeled to a human. This caused them to completely lose their dignity. Yes, a bird's life without pride was meaningless. Chirp. Sparrow Bing Xian's body was the first to be ignited with frosty flames. It wanted to freeze him to death with its flames. After seeing how decisive vermilion bird Bing Xian was, the rest of the 6 vermilion bird sages also revealed determined expressions. At this moment, a pair of icy blue eyes suddenly appeared in the sky. This pair of eyes was especially beautiful, like a clear spring, pure and flawless, refreshing the mind. The scorching temperature of the red sparrow planet also cooled down because of this pair of eyes. A cool breeze blew past. The flames on vermilion bird Bing Xian's body were suddenly dispersed by a mighty force. The 6 vermilion bird sages looked up at the sky, and their eyes suddenly turned red. They knelt on the ground even more piously, and tears of grievance and shame flowed from their eyes. Greetings, great Empress Vermilion Bird. Greetings, great Empress Vermilion Bird. This time they didn't feel any psychological burden lying down. Although they were kneeling toward Enlil, they hoped that Enlil wouldn't misunderstand. They were kneeling toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird in the sky. Sixth son, this matter cannot be blamed on you. It was he who forcefully suppressed your unyielding heads. Your bloodline is still noble and your pride still shines. An extremely dignified and pleasing voice came from the sky. As if they had been cured, the 6 vermilion bird sages all knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. Thank you, great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's glory shall never be extinguished. We are willing to go through fire and water for the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Enlil felt like his horizons had been broadened by the fact that such proud beings as the 6 vermilion bird sages were speaking like bootlickers. At this moment, the pair of beautiful eyes in the sky turned toward Enlil and the others. and Lin's heart jolted, and his body tensed up. He was about to face the might of a god of creation who possessed a holy birth. A few days ago, I swallowed my own divine sense and went into seclusion to absorb it. As a result, I didn't have the time to receive the two of you. I apologize for causing you to suffer, the great Empress Vermilion Bird said in a gentle voice. Her voice was so warm and gentle that it was as if she were the big sister next door. Upon hearing this, the 6 Vermilion Bird sages, Emohai and Lin and the others were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the great Empress Vermilion Bird speaking in such a friendly manner? Not only is she explaining why she didn't come, but she's even apologizing. Didn't she see that Lin had beaten up the supervisor and forced the 6 Vermilion Bird sages to kneel? And Lin was already prepared for a fight, but the great Empress Vermilion Bird's reaction didn't make sense. Wasn't she known as the proudest and most revered being? Countless questions surged into everyone's minds. However, the great Empress Vermilion Bird turned toward Su Xiaolan with kindness in her eyes. I was the one who summoned you here. I'm truly sorry that you received such treatment. I'll definitely make it up to you. All the Vermilion Bird tribe living beings were astonished. So, Su Xiaolan was really summoned here by the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Huang Muzi, Ying Kai, and the other Vermilion Birds were even more regretful upon hearing this. They really wanted to slap themselves a few times. Unfortunately, they had already been crippled by Lin. They couldn't even move. Ha ha ha. That's not a problem. It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. And Lin chuckled amiably. In any case, they didn't suffer any losses from this conflict. Instead, they felt quite satisfied. Follow my directions, and I'll take you to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's Flame Heart Immortal Realm. There we can settle all our karma. The great Empress Vermilion Bird invited them. Immediately afterward, the pair of eyes in the sky transformed into a small red sparrow that flew toward a certain direction. Flame Heart Immortal Realm? The great Empress Vermilion Bird is actually inviting us there? Only we have the right to enter that place. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages were slightly indignant. However, they could only mutter among themselves as they followed behind the small red sparrow. And Lin and Su Xiaolan looked at each other. Then they rose into the sky and followed behind the small red sparrow. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had taken the initiative to invite them to settle their karma. Both of them had the same thoughts, so they naturally had to accept this invitation. If they handled the karma of a holy beast well, there would be many benefits. Hey, wait for me. Emo Height eagerly followed behind them. On the red Vermilion Bird planet, the miners and supervising Vermilion Birds looked on as Lin and the others flew further and further away. They felt as if they were dreaming. They all thought that Lin and the others had offended the Vermilion Bird tribe and were about to be executed on the spot. Who would have thought that Lin was actually able to break through a planetary slaughter formation with a single strike? Then he subdued the 6 Vermilion Bird sages with a single thought. Furthermore, he had displayed unimaginable prowess. In the end, he was even invited by the great Empress Vermilion Bird to the core region of the Vermilion Bird realm. This world was truly insane. Since when did a freakishly powerful mighty figure like Lin appear in the human race? Dao Ji muttered to himself as he gazed at Lin's disappearing figure. No one could answer his question. However, the living beings on the red Vermilion Bird planet knew that the breathtaking white figure had already been deeply engraved in their minds. Perhaps they would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Chapter 1918. And Lin, this Vermilion Bird, is a treacherous and cunning character. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's smiling at you, but it's definitely cursing you countless times behind your back. It could turn on you at any time, so you have to be careful. Mo Hai transmitted his voice to Lin. Is that so? And Lin faltered momentarily. I thought the vermilion bird was a nice big sister. Nice my A***s. When she needed the divine sense of my ring, she was so nice to me and even made the arrogant vermilion bird tribe spirit transform into a beautiful woman to dance for me. In the end, after the great Empress Vermilion Bird absorbed what she wanted, she turned into an ingrate and banished me to the red Vermilion Bird planet to mine. And Mo Hai gritted his teeth in hatred, and Lin clicked his tongue in wonder upon hearing this. Su Xiaolan also became wary upon hearing this. However, the Vermilion Bird bloodline in her body instinctively made her feel close to the holy beast, the Vermilion Bird. By the way, Sister Shangguan Yi, how are Brother Yang Yuan and the others? Su Xiaolan asked. They were sucked into the realm of stars like me. However, when I arrived at the Vermilion Bird territory, I couldn't see them any more. Mo Hai replied dejectedly, and Lin stroked his chin. I have the Ring of the East, so I was teleported to the Azure Dragon territory. You have the Ring of the South, so you were teleported to the Vermilion Bird territory. Based on this, they should have been teleported to the White Tiger territory and the Xian Wu territory, respectively. Mo Hai panicked. Oh no, don't tell me they've been sent to mine as well. And Lin and Su Xiaolan rolled their eyes at this senior brother. Did this idiot's brain go haywire from all the mining? Did he really think that all holy beasts were as ungrateful as the Vermilion Bird? Even if they were ungrateful, they might not have been sent to mine. Why would they be sent to mine coal? Besides, perhaps they were lucky enough to be receiving friendly treatment from a holy beast right now. And Lin felt like the White Tiger was a bit more ferocious and aggressive. Brother Yang Yuan might be in some danger, but Sister Shangguan Yi would definitely be able to go to the Xian Wu territory with ease. Shangguan Yi was the reincarnation of the god of creation stage, Ice Matriarch. Now that she had awakened most of her bloodline and memories and progressed to the Tao integration initial stage, her potential was limitless. Now that they had encountered the black tortoise, a holy beast of the same attribute, if they could have a friendly exchange and cooperation, the benefits would definitely be greater than two. The black tortoise had a good temper, so this kind of cooperation should be easy to achieve, right? Shangguan Yi's cultivation base should be able to progress further, right? However, and Lin was wrong about this, in the extreme north of the star region, Shangguan Yi voluntarily returned the Ring of the North, and Xian Wu was indeed a good holy beast. In return, Xian Wu took her to the mystic ball domain to observe the paramount Tao of mountain and water. In the end, just as they arrived below the profound sphere inexplicably split open. A terrifying high-energy flood instantly engulfed the entire secret place and the planet, causing huge losses to the Black Tortoise clan. Xian Wu was busy fighting the flood for 3 days and 3 nights before finally stabilizing the situation. The mystic ball domain was leaking, so Xian Wu had no choice but to take Shangguan Yi elsewhere. It took Shangguan Yi elsewhere to enjoy the rainbow Tao sky of the Xian Wu tribe. However, when they arrived at the rainbow Tao sky, the sky was suddenly struck by a once-in-10,000-year storm. Xian Wu was dumbstruck. Why? Why was it so unlucky? Shangguan Yi told it to just take her back to the Tai Chu continent. How could the black tortoise do something like that? It had received a favor from the holy beast, yet it did nothing in return. Was this something a holy beast should do? It was a complete insult to its title as a holy beast. After a few more twists and turns, Xian Wu didn't have anything else to offer, so it decided to take Shangguan Yi to observe its most important treasure, the Xian Wu heart essence. This was a paragon treasure that was related to the holy Tao. The holy beast Xian Wu spat out the Xian Wu heart essence from its stomach before introducing the Xian Wu heart essence to Shangguan Yi with a triumphant expression. It also told her that she could observe the Xian Wu heart essence for an entire day. However, before the Xian Wu heart essence could even be handed over to Shangguan Yi, the elements and energy within the heart essence suddenly became violent. It had clearly entered a period of instability. The Xian Wu heart essence would have its period a few times every 10,000 years. Xian Wu's expression shifted slightly, but it didn't panic. But at this moment, due to all sorts of coincidences, the chaotic currents within the void interacted with each other, creating a multidimensional destruction. In the end, an extremely terrifying chaotic lightning was born. The chaotic bolt of lightning instantly tore through the void and struck the Xianwu heart essence before it could react. Boom! The Xianwu heart essence exploded. Tragedy struck Xianwu. Due to the backlash, it was heavily injured and hurriedly absorbed the shattered black tortoise heart essence. It didn't even have the time to say goodbye and immediately chose to go into seclusion. Shangguan stood rooted to the spot with a blank expression. In the end, she was arrested by the Xianwu Divine Guardian Squad for attempting to assassinate Xianwu. Just as Enlin was thinking about Shangguan was contemplating life in prison. On the contrary, Yang Yuan, who was in the White Tiger clan's territory, had used the holy vermilion flame unique to his body to cleanse the frost poison from the body of the White Tiger's most beloved daughter at the most critical moment, thereby obtaining a massive opportunity. Not only did he receive the core inheritance of the White Tiger, but he also received a vast amount of treasures and gifts. There were pros and cons to this as well. Yang Yuan received the White Tiger's inheritance and successfully broke through to the return to void pinnacle stage. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but because he saved the White Tiger's daughter, he was now being pursued by the White Tiger's daughter. For example, he was being pounced on by the White Tiger's daughter right now. In summary, Mo Hai was the most pitiful of the 4 people who had the rings. The pitiful Mo Hai thought that he was mining as well within the Vermilion Bird territory. The gargantuan Vermilion Bird star was situated at the center of several hundred planets, and boundless flames emanated from it. 8 normal-sized stars were revolving around the Vermilion Bird star. What was strange was that the surrounding planets were almost completely unaffected by these 8 stars. One of the stars suddenly faltered before warping and transforming into a gargantuan flaming bird. Its entire body was an explosive platinum color, and an aura of destruction continued to emanate from it. With a light flap of its wings, scorching air currents would be able to annihilate all living beings in an entire domain. Its body was curled up with its wings folded around itself, as if it were still a sun. However, it raised its head slightly to look at a nearby planet before uttering a few words. Vermilion Bird, I have a bad feeling about this. There's a lot of uncertainty in this situation. It was the first being to refer to the Vermilion Bird by its name. Within the flame heart immortal realm, a regal being with peerlessly vibrant feathers and enshrouded in a 9-colored holy light opened her extremely beautiful eyes with a smile. This is the perfect opportunity. We can't miss it. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. There have been countless successors and countless descendants, but I finally found one. I don't want to wait any longer. The platinum mighty being remained silent as its body slowly melted into the flames before transforming into a star that revolved around the gargantuan Vermilion Bird star. At this moment, Enlin and the others had already set foot in the Flame Heart Immortal Realm. Chapter 1919. The Flame Heart Immortal Realm was the place where the immortal aura of the immortal Vermilion star gathered. However, this so-called immortal realm was different from what Enlin had imagined. Ordinary living beings would die in this immortal realm. The sky was a clear azure color. Terrifying and pure flame energy transformed into crimson winds that swept across the land. Every gust of wind was tens of thousands of degrees Celsius and could melt or vaporize a living being with a decent cultivation base. Colorful, heat-resistant plants grew all over the land, and they were dazzling. There were even rivers of golden liquid flowing in some places. The temperature of the liquid was even higher, almost to the extent of distorting the void. However, there were also many adorable flame beasts playing in the river. There were also many flame beasts on the ground. Some of them had gorgeous wings, while others were cute and adorable. However, one should not be deceived by their appearances. They could melt a soul formation stage, powerful being with just a spit of saliva. Ordinary living beings were very afraid of this place as it was extremely hot. However, the extremely rich and pure flame power here was the favorite of living beings who cultivated in fire-type spell techniques. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a top-notch cultivation ground. Su Xiaolan already had a look of enjoyment on her face. His eyes were filled with infatuation and passion, and his entire body was restless. He looked like he wanted to take off his clothes and completely integrate into this world. The 6 vermilion bird sages snorted in disdain when they saw their behavior. Humph, ignorant country, bumpkins. It's their good fortune to be able to come to the flame heart immortal realm. How despicable and laughable. This is the limit of the human race. Look at that man who wants to take off his clothes. How disgusting. These vermilion bird living beings could always find something to spit on and build a chain of contempt. And Lin glanced at the 6 vermilion bird sages when he heard that. The 6 proud vermilion birds instantly trembled and fell silent. They did not want to kneel anymore, especially not in a sacred place like the flame heart immortal realm. If they did that, they would really be so ashamed that they would want to commit suicide. And Lin smiled faintly. What kind of *T prideful race is that? Aren't they still trembling under my super divine might technique? And Lin and Su Xiaolan followed the little red vermilion bird and witnessed many fiery wonders, such as the glazed flame lake, the flaming tree, the starry plains, the 100,000 feet fiery boulders, and the 3-colored rain clouds. Su Xiaolan blinked her bright eyes as she looked on with an eager expression. She really wanted to leave the group and go off to the side to admire the spectacle. She wanted to have some fun and have some fun. However, she wanted to go the vermilion bird. After a short while, everyone arrived beside a small, exquisite pond. Here, they saw the paramount being of the vermilion bird tribe, who was renowned throughout the entire realm of stars, the great empress, Vermilion Bird. She actually had the appearance of a gorgeous and noble woman. She wore a divine crown on her head. Her eyes were clear and warm. Her nose was tall, and her lips were dark red like a tender cherry. Her skin was crystalline and translucent, and her snow-white skin revealed a faint blush from the inside out, causing her to seem exceptionally enchanting and intoxicating. What shocked Lin the most was her limitless and graceful figure. Her beautiful figure was wrapped in a red feather dress. She was clearly a devastatingly beautiful seductress, but her eyes were clear and pure, giving off the feeling that she was a holy maiden with no desires. This was the perfect fusion of purity and seductiveness, and Lin was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Mo Hai was completely stupefied. This is the vermilion bird, holy beast? She's so beautiful. Why is she treating me like a high and mighty vermilion bird? Why is she treating Lin and Su Xiaolan in such a beautiful and enchanting manner? Why? You're here. Come, sit here. The great empress, Vermilion Bird, pointed at a deck chair beside the pool with a gentle smile on her face when she saw Lin and Su Xiaolan. She was sitting beside the pool and soaking her feet. The pool water was golden, and it looked like ordinary pool water. The only difference was that its color was different. However, Lin's pupils contracted slightly when he saw the pool water. The liquid inside the pool was the purest essence of the sun. This was the power of Yang that had reached the pinnacle. He had swallowed a sun before, so he was very familiar with this kind of power. The sun essence contained in the pool water was already enough to form a new sun. Even Tao integration stage, super mighty figures would be severely wounded or killed if they came into contact with this pool water, let alone return to void stage mighty figures. This level of flame power was definitely not something they could endure. The The great Empress, vermilion bird, soaked in the sun essence with extreme pleasure. Her slender feet swayed in the pool water, creating ripples in the water. She appeared to be extremely content and carefree. She was as beautiful as a painting. Upon hearing this, Enlin and Su Xiaolan sat down on the deck chairs. You must be tired after such a long journey. Soak your feet in the pool water. It can relax your muscles and activate your meridians. Especially for Su Xiaolan, it's very beneficial for you. The great Empress, vermilion bird, winked at Su Xiaolan. Even this simple action seemed to be imbued with a myriad of emotions. Truly a lord that could captivate all living things, Enlin thought to himself. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaolan took off her shoes cautiously. She was a little apprehensive and hesitant, but in the end, she still dipped her foot into the pool water. Ow! Hot, hot, hot! She let out a delicate cry, and her cheeks became slightly flushed. Su Xiaolan initially wanted to withdraw her foot. However, a peculiar sense of comfort transmitted from her bloodline made her cling onto the pool water, and she resisted the urge to withdraw her foot. Soon, she adapted to the temperature of the pool water, and she started to moan in comfort. And Lin's lips twitched slightly. This was similar to when he was a mortal and soaked his feet in a basin of water. At first, it was a little hot, but then it was very comfortable. Being able to experience this feeling after becoming a cultivator was truly not bad. Although Su Xiaolan was currently soaking in the core essence of the sun, water that could scald Tao integration stage cultivators to death. That's right, Su Xiaolan was currently soaking in the sun's core essence. This was probably the difference between a top-notch cultivator and a mortal. And Lin also wanted to soak his feet. The great Empress, vermilion bird, noticed Enlin's expression, and she couldn't help but smile faintly. Come on, don't be so reserved. Come and soak yourself. I remember that you also cultivate a fire-type cultivation method, so soaking your feet will be very beneficial to your body and cultivation. The great Empress, vermilion bird's words were like a spring breeze caressing one's cheeks. And Lin was very pleased to hear this, and he also put his feet down to soak. Z, scorching and pure flame energy instantly enveloped his feet and stimulated his body. Even though Enlin's body of the war god had reached the phenomenal success stage, he still felt an incomparable scorching sensation. However, after he got used to this scorching sensation, he felt especially comfortable. Wisps of flame energy transformed into warm currents that flowed from the soles of his feet to his entire body, making him feel extremely comfortable. There's something special about this pool water. The 6 vermilion bird sages were envious, jealous. Even they didn't have the right to soak their feet together with the great Empress, vermilion bird. What right did these 2 despicable humans have? What right did they have to enjoy a beautiful soak with the great Empress, vermilion bird? The suckers gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. And Lin was just enjoying himself when he suddenly felt a strange movement beneath his feet. Chapter 1920. And Lin felt a very special feeling emerge from the soles of his feet. It was a soft and itchy feeling. It was as if something wet and slippery was sliding across his feet. It was very comfortable, yet very sensitive. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked toward the pool. However, he couldn't see anything. The feeling from his feet also disappeared, and Lin initially thought that this was a coincidence, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Then he suddenly felt a soft and itchy feeling from the soles of his feet. It was as if something soft and smooth was teasing him. Sensing this, and Lin glanced toward the great Empress, vermilion bird. Coincidentally, the great Empress, vermilion bird, was also looking at him. She raised her eyebrows slightly and blinked. Her extremely exquisite face was expressionless, yet it exuded an extremely seductive and alluring aura. And Lin, no way, what's going on? The great Empress, vermilion bird, is seducing me? But what's her motive? And Lin didn't forget that the great Empress Vermilion Bird's true form was a vermilion bird. Perhaps she had transformed into a human so that she could better communicate with him and Su Xiaolan. She definitely wouldn't have the urge to reproduce with a human. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt another teasing sensation from the soles of his feet. Xiaolan, do you feel anything special from your feet? And Lin secretly transmitted his voice into her ear. Su Xiaolan swayed her little feet and tilted her head. I think so. It's just a little hot, but it's also a very comfortable feeling. What's wrong? And Lin, as expected, this feeling is only directed toward me? And Lin suddenly started to panic. What is the great Empress Vermilion Bird trying to do? When he was talking to Su Xiaolan just now, there was a smooth and itchy flow of heat teasing him. This is definitely a trap. I can't fall for it. And Lin suddenly withdrew his feet and smiled. I'm done. Su Xiaolan squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Seeing this, she was a little astonished. So fast? It's so comfortable in here. Shouldn't you soak more? It's good for your body. That's right. Why are you in such a hurry, Daoist and Lin? The great Empress Vermilion Bird also revealed a gentle and alluring smile. Such a beautiful and intoxicating smile. Such a gentle and soft voice. If it were anyone else, they would have already succumbed to the temptation. However, and Lin's heart was as hard as steel, and he remained unmoved. It's fine, you guys enjoy yourselves. I'm going to rest on the chair. And Lin declined with a smile. Be *starred. How dare you refuse great Empress Vermilion Bird's request? Vermilion Bird, Nanli roared with rage. Vermilion Luo also shouted in. Vermilion Luo you. They were extremely envious that Lin could soak his feet in the same pool as the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Emian Vermilion Lin the envious, as vermilion as a sweet, and he as he as if. The great Empress Vermilion Bird shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it. Some people don't understand romance. I don't have anything to say. As she spoke, she chatted with Su Xiaolan about the Vermilion Bird tribe. From time to time, she would even joke around. She didn't have the arrogance that members of the Vermilion Bird tribe should have. Instead, she was conversing with them as if they were on the same level. This made Su Xiaolan feel a little overwhelmed. She had come here to resolve her karma. Why did it feel like they were about to become two very close sisters after interacting with each other for a while? However, this was all a misconception. After chatting for a while, they finally talked about this karma. At the time, I was imprisoned in the Vermilion Bird trial grounds. A powerful being from the Man tribe took advantage of this and extracted my essence, Dao blood. Unexpectedly, this essence Dao blood was obtained by you by a stroke of luck. Not only that, but you also brought this bloodline to greater heights and almost reached the pinnacle of the Vermilion Bird tribe. This is your destiny, and I'm very happy for you. The great Empress Vermilion Bird spoke lazily as if this was a trivial matter that had nothing to do with her. Speaking of this, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for your essence, Dao blood, I, Su Xiaolan, wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Speaking of this, Su Xiaolan appeared extremely solemn. She bowed deeply to the holy beast Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird looked at the solemn Su Xiaolan, and there was still a gentle smile on her face. There's no need to thank me. This is an opportunity that belongs to you, and I didn't do anything. However, if you really want to repay me, I do have a suggestion. Please tell me, Su Xiaolan said solemnly. I'll definitely do my best to fulfill your wish. It's not a big deal, so there's no need to be so serious. The great Empress Vermilion Bird smiled gently. I just want you to inherit my holy birth. I don't want to be the holy beast Vermilion Bird anymore. How about you take over? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Lin was lying on his chair. Upon hearing this, He almost fell off his chair. And Mo Hai's eyes widened, and he even forgot to breathe. The 6 vermilion bird sages were all dumbstruck. Even Su Xiaolan felt like her brain was buzzing, and her mind went blank for a short period of time. What did you just say? Her breathing quickened. Can you inherit my holy birth? Just treat it as your repayment. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's eyes were clear and gentle as she calmly looked at the slightly agitated woman beside her. Su Xiaolan felt like her outlook on cultivation had received a severe blow. There was a look of incredulity on her face. What's going on? Am I repaying you or are you repaying me? It was as if a person's life was in danger, and then Papa Ma suddenly appeared and saved that person's life. That person ran over to Papa Ma and wanted to repay him. Papa Ma replied, "Sure, help me do something. How about inheriting my business empire worth several trillion yuan?" Furthermore, he would also give her several 100 billion yuan as a bonus. This was King bizarre. It was too surreal. Su Xiaolan found this extremely difficult to accept, and Lin almost knelt down in front of Su Xiaolan. He finally realized that he definitely had the attribute of bringing prosperity to his wife. When Su Xiaolan went out with him, all the fortuitous encounters belonged to her. The inheritance of the Azure Dragon tribe was already quite extraordinary. During their journey to the Dragon Dao Pond, Su Xiaolan had been using hacks to make contact with the essence of her Dao of the true dragon. She didn't think that her trip to the Vermilion Bird tribe to settle her karma would be even more heaven-defying. The Vermilion Bird tribe's boss actually wanted her to inherit the holy birth. It was too bizarre, too dreamy. The clear origin dragon had sacrificed his life for this holy birth. What about Lan? She had wanted to repay the debt of gratitude, but the other party had given her a sainthood instead. If the clear origin dragon were to learn about this, he would probably be enraged to death. Who could he go to reason with? The 6 vermilion bird sages were so frightened that they almost broke down. They continuously kowtowed and wailed as they begged the great Empress Vermilion Bird to retract her command. Why was that? Great Empress Vermilion Bird was doing a great job, so why did she have to abdicate? Also, why did they let a mixed-race human inherit the holy position? None of the living beings present understood. Even Lan and Enlin didn't understand. It's actually not that difficult to understand. A gentle smile appeared on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face as she leaned toward Su Xiaolan and began to explain the reason behind this. Chapter 1921. The 4 holy beasts are the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xianwu. They are the most powerful beings in the universe. They are immortal and eternal. I represent the one and only. There is only one being in the entire universe that can be called the Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird looked at Su Xiaolan and said slowly, "However, I don't represent the one and only. In fact, I'm not the one and only. Instead, it's this." The great Empress Vermilion Bird opened her tiny mouth and spat out a crimson bead. The entire heaven and earth changed color the moment the bead appeared, and Lin saw a light that was even more dazzling and majestic than the sun from within the bead. An extremely pure flame power slowly flowed within the bead. An aura of eternity permeated the air. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the universe and had been brewing for countless years. He felt as if he were facing a supreme and indestructible god, majestic and unique. Su Xiaolan was even more affected by the throbbing in her bloodline. This is the Vermilion Bird heart essence. The great Empress Vermilion Bird said, "Anyone who can fuse with the Vermilion Bird heart essence can become a holy birth. This is something that all powerful beings in the realm of stars desire. However, the one and only of my tribe is not me. It's the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Whoever possesses the Vermilion Bird heart essence can become a holy birth Vermilion Bird. Xiaolan, you can also become a Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 holy births. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's voice caused Su Xiaolan's heart to tremble. For holy births, she can also become one of the 4 holy births? But I'm not even at the God of Creation stage. Su Xiaolan pouted. Your growth and potential are far beyond my imagination. You've reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage in a short 100 years. I believe that with the help of the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence, you can quickly take the final step and reach the God of Creation stage. Then you can become a holy birth. The great Empress Vermilion Bird looked at Su Xiaolan with admiration and mysterious confidence. And Lin was already numb to all of this. Great. She wasn't satisfied with the Tao integration pinnacle stage. And now she wanted to take 2 big steps at once? Wasn't she afraid of pulling on her balls by taking such big steps? Wait, no, Xiaolan doesn't have an egg. And Lin suddenly thought of what Su Xiaolan had told him before. She was worried that Lin would not be able to keep up with her if she went too far on the path of seeking Tao. She was also worried that Lin would not be able to accompany her. And Lin felt insulted at that time. But now, Lin felt a sense of crisis. What if he really couldn't keep up with Xiaolan? From an outyin to an outyin? The strongest son-in-law in history? Aya, how humiliating. However, it didn't seem impossible, and Lin was lost in his thoughts. Su Xiaolan expressed her confusion again. One last question. Why did you pass the sainthood to me, and what do you intend to do? A hint of melancholy finally appeared on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's smiling face. It's a long story. In any case, the sainthood is a burden to me. Panga suppressed me. Not only did he severely injure me, but he also used some kind of technique on the sainthood to suppress my power. As long as I am still a vermilion bird, the sainthood suppression will not disappear. Thus, the sainthood is a cage for me. Only by passing the sainthood to the next successor can I eliminate Panga's power and break free from this terrifying restriction. However, it is extremely difficult to find someone who is qualified to inherit my sainthood. Even the 6 vermilion bird sages do not have the qualifications to do so. Until I met you, the great Empress Vermilion Bird gazed tenderly at Su Xiaolan. Then she extended her slender, snow-white hand and held onto Su Xiaolan's hand. Perhaps you're the person that the heavens sent to save me. Su Xiaolan stared blankly at the great Empress Vermilion Bird, and Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stood rooted to the spot. The 6 vermilion bird sages felt as if their hearts had been ruthlessly stabbed by swords. This works too. Come, follow my instructions and try to touch the vermilion bird heart essence. See if you can obtain its approval. The great Empress Vermilion Bird placed the crimson bead in front of Su Xiaolan. Use the power of your bloodline and communicate with the vermilion bird heart essence. The vermilion bird heart essence will emit a corresponding light. Each type of light corresponds to a different level of adaptability. In total, there are 7 levels: crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Crimson is the highest level, while purple is the lowest. When your adaptability with the vermilion bird heart essence reaches the yellow level, you can attempt to refine it. Go ahead and give it a try. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement as she looked at the azure-clothed female. Su Xiaolan gazed at the vermilion bird heart essence. From within this crimson bead, she could sense an extremely mighty power that she yearned for. Absolute light, absolute heat, absolute nobility, and absolute holiness. Furthermore, it was so unique, so beautiful. Su Xiaolan stretched out her hand and touched the crimson bead. Boom! An extremely dazzling light suddenly erupted from the vermilion bird heart essence. At first it was purple. Then it instantly jumped to yellow. It had reached the threshold of refinement. A hint of joy appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. At this moment, the light changed from yellow to orange. Her aptitude is actually so good. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird, looked at Su Xiaolan in surprise. Su Xiaolan's heart was filled with confidence. Orange should be quite outstanding. After all, yellow should be enough to refine it. Little did she know that even the 6 Vermilion Bird sages with top-notch bloodlines were only green in the great Empress Vermilion Bird's estimation. Orange was already an extremely freakish level of adaptability. The great Empress Vermilion Bird smiled and was just about to speak. Suddenly, the true dragon bloodline in Su Xiaolan's body pushed against the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Boom! The light from the Vermilion Bird heart essence became more intense. Then, it gradually changed from orange to crimson red. The crimson light was so intense that it was as if countless drops of liquid were slowly flowing into the surroundings. Upon seeing this, the great Empress Vermilion Bird lost her composure for the first time. Her breathing quickened, and her gaze toward Su Xiaolan became even more scorching. Is this the highest level of adaptability? Su Xiaolan was overjoyed. It's just a mere crimson. What's there to be proud of? That's right. You're just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Our great Empress, Vermilion Bird, also has a crimson adaptability like you. That's because the maximum level of adaptability is crimson. Otherwise, any other color would be surpassed by our great Empress, Vermilion Bird. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages who had eaten lemons were extremely jealous. Enough! Don't speak! The great Empress, Vermilion Bird, suddenly shouted. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages, who were chatting excitedly, instantly fell silent. However, even though they had been muted, they still straightened their necks and looked arrogantly at Su Xiaolan. It was unknown where their confidence came from. Xiaolan, let's go. I'll officially let you inherit my holy birth now. The great Empress Vermilion Bird held onto Su Xiaolan's hand with a warm expression. Huh, so soon? Su Xiaolan was a little astonished. She still hadn't mentally prepared herself for this. No, I've already prepared everything for you. All that's left is for you to embark on the path of a paragon. This is a win-win situation. Come, follow me. As she spoke, the great Empress Vermilion Bird dragged Su Xiaolan toward a certain direction, and Lin felt a strong sense of déjà vu upon seeing this. Chapter 1922. And Lin couldn't help but feel like this scene was extremely familiar. The passionate great Empress Vermilion Bird, the heavenly fortuitous opportunity, and the ignorant Xiaolan, and Lin pondered for a moment. Isn't this so similar to the first time I met Tao Lord Luya? Holy **T. This isn't a trap, right? And Lin suddenly started to panic. At this moment, he saw the great Empress Vermilion Bird holding Su Xiaolan's hand and striding off into the distance. He immediately eagerly followed after them. The great Empress Vermilion Bird tilted her head toward the 6 Vermilion Bird sages and said calmly, I'm going to the Vermilion Bird spell altar with Ms. Su Xiaolan. Guard the surroundings and protect me. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages immediately lowered their heads and complied. I guarantee that I will complete this mission. I swear to serve the great Empress Vermilion Bird with my life. Is there really no way to change your mind? The 6 Vermilion Bird sages' eyes turned red as they looked toward the woman in a red feather dress. I've made up my mind. From now on, Su Xiaolan will be your Vermilion Bird. After saying this, the woman turned around and walked away without looking at the weeping 6 Vermilion Bird sages. Soon, a complicated and intricate spell formation appeared before them. This spell formation was of a very high level. It was a god of creation stage spell formation that possessed the power to split heaven and earth. In the center of the spell formation was a statue of a soaring phoenix. It was at least 30,000 feet tall, and there was a circular spell altar on its back. Several thousand types of divine flames floated above the altar like willow, the wisps causing Lin to gasp in amazement. "Mr. and Lin, please wait outside the spell formation. Xiaolan and I will enter the Vermilion Bird spell altar to carry out the Holy Birth handover ceremony." The great Empress Vermilion Bird looked at Enlin with an extremely mesmerizing expression. Her words were also very difficult to refuse. "No, I want to go in as well. I'm Xiaolan's personal bodyguard, literally." And Lin rejected the great Empress Vermilion Bird's proposal almost without any hesitation. How could he miss out on something as important as the succession of the saints? There was a hint of grievance on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's beautiful face. She flicked her sleeves and said, "But if you get too close, you'll distract us during the Holy Birth handover." "If that happens, it won't be worth it." Su Xiaolan stood up and said, "It's okay. I'll feel more at ease with Enlin by my side. Let him stay by my side." Great Empress Vermilion Bird. This most revered being of the Vermilion Bird tribe finally relented under Su Xiaolan's insistence, but she insisted that Enlin maintain a distance of 1 kilometer from them. Soon, the great Empress Vermilion Bird and Su Xiaolan began the handover of the Holy Birth. The Holy Birth handover process was quite simple. After the great Empress Vermilion Bird found a successor, she would sever her connection with the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Then, the successor would refine the Vermilion Bird heart essence and ascend to the paramount Holy Birth. However, this was merely a simple process. How difficult was it to find a qualified successor that was acknowledged by the Vermilion Bird heart essence? How difficult was it to completely separate the Vermilion Bird heart essence from its original owner? This was practically a grand feat akin to stealing the heavens and replacing the sun. The risks involved in carrying out this task were simply impossible to predict. Never would Su Xiaolan have imagined that she would somehow have to inherit the Holy Birth of the Vermilion Bird in order to resolve her karma. Although inheriting the Holy Birth could free the great Empress Vermilion Bird, this could also be considered a form of repayment. However, to Su Xiaolan herself, this was also an immeasurable opportunity. Fate sure is mysterious. The mysteries of this Tao caused her to feel a little fearful. Why is my luck so good? This was the question that Su Xiaolan was currently thinking about. Following the great Empress Vermilion Bird's request, her fingers danced in the air as she constructed one divine seal after another. The great Empress Vermilion Bird also tightly shut her eyes as she chanted one mystical word after another. In any case, Enlin couldn't understand what she was saying. However, he could still sense that these syllables were connected to a certain rhythm of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Vermilion Bird heart essence hovered between the two of them. It was as red as blood, and it revolved rapidly as it exuded an eternal aura. The great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly opened her beautiful blue eyes and said, "Offer your origin blood essence to the Vermilion Bird heart essence, and try to make it accept you." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaolan slit her wrist and allowed her origin blood essence to flow toward the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Like a tiny stream of water, the blood essence fused into the crimson bead. Immediately, the bead released a demonic red glow. It flickered incessantly, and its color also became increasingly pure. Su Xiaolan let loose a muffled groan, and her features paled slightly. Even her aura had become a little feeble. The wound on her wrist had yet to heal, and the essential blood essence within her body was still being absorbed relentlessly, and Lin frowned slightly upon seeing this. His heart ached slightly. Shouldn't a few drops be enough to absorb the origin blood essence? Why does it need to absorb so much? As if to dispel Lin's worries, the great Empress Vermilion Bird quickly explained with a focused expression, "Refining the Vermilion Bird heart essence is a process of putting one's life on the line. One needs to feed the Vermilion Bird heart essence with origin blood essence so that it will possess a large portion of the refiner's aura. Only then will the two sides be compatible. Thus, an extremely large amount of blood essence is required." Upon hearing this, Lin's anxiety didn't subside. He looked at Su Xiaolan and discovered that she was in a very bad state. Furthermore, she was instinctively afraid and shrinking back. Xiaolan, are you all right? Can you still hold on? And Lin asked anxiously. Su Xiaolan's brows were tightly furrowed, and her beautiful face became increasingly pale. I can still, and Lin was extremely worried. The holy birth and whatnot was secondary. Su Xiaolan's safety was the most important. With this in mind, his eyes gradually turned snow white. Divine inspection technique. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan's condition and discovered that Su Xiaolan's condition was very strange. Not only was her origin blood essence continuously leaving her body, but even a certain aura was also leaving her body and fusing with the vermilion bird heart essence. What was it that was leaving Su Xiaolan's body? He couldn't see through it, even with his divine inspection technique. And Lin then turned his gaze toward the great empress, vermilion bird. He discovered that her body was enveloped by a thin membrane that completely prevented him from seeing through it. Can't see through it? Sorry, this concerns Su Xiaolan's safety. No matter what it is, I and Lin will see through it clearly. And Lin didn't dare to rashly interrupt the holy birth handover. However, this didn't mean that he had to accept this state of ignorance. He had to figure out Su Xiaolan's true condition. And Lin's eyes became clear and transparent. At the same time, countless pieces of information appeared before his eyes and appeared in his mind. All the secrets were seen through by his eyes. Divine simulation technique. The power of Lin's divine sense was rapidly being consumed. He finally saw through Su Xiaolan's current condition. He also saw through the great empress, vermilion bird's condition. He was stunned at first. It was as if he couldn't believe everything that was happening. However, in the next instant, he immediately flared up with rage. Boom! Boundless rage seemed to be about to burst through heaven and earth. And Lin's voice pierced through the clouds. Xiaolan, stop right now. Chapter 1923. And Lin used his divine simulation technique and discovered that not only was Su Xiaolan losing her blood essence, but she was also losing her destiny and life soul. As for the great empress, vermilion bird, her connection with the vermilion bird heart essence was still extremely tight. She had no intention of severing the vermilion bird heart essence. No matter how much blood essence Su Xiaolan released, she couldn't refine the vermilion bird heart essence. At this moment, the vermilion bird heart essence was absorbing Su Xiaolan's blood essence, destiny, and life soul through an extremely secretive method. Then it was feeding the great empress, vermilion bird. This wasn't inheriting the holy birth. This was taking Su Xiaolan's life, and Lin's roar startled the two people who were in the middle of the holy birth handover. And Lin! Su Xiaolan was slightly dazed. She didn't understand why Lin would ask her to stop at such a crucial moment. However, she still believed in Lin's words unconditionally. She stopped the infusion of blood essence and distanced herself from the vermilion bird heart essence. Seeing this, the great empress vermilion bird's expression changed drastically. Are you crazy? Don't stop. If you do this, both of us will suffer from the backlash of the vermilion bird heart essence. In serious cases, both our bodies and souls will be destroyed. Su Xiaolan didn't care and quickly retreated. She had read many things from Lin's expression. This holy birth handover ceremony might not be like what she had imagined. Sure enough, the moment Su Xiaolan distanced herself from the vermilion bird heart essence, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart dissipated significantly. Even the feeling of extreme weakness and pain started to lessen. PFFF. The great empress, vermilion bird, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She would indeed suffer a backlash. However, it seemed like only the great empress vermilion bird suffered a backlash. What did this mean? This meant that the great empress vermilion bird was still the one who truly controlled the vermilion bird heart essence and the entire mysterious ceremony. If the ceremony was interrupted like this, she would suffer the most intense backlash. If it really was Su Xiaolan who was refining the vermilion bird heart essence, then there was no way that Su Xiaolan could remain unscathed. It was more likely that Su Xiaolan had escaped from her opponent's blade. Great Empress, Vermilion Bird, what a cunning move. You actually dared to absorb Xiaolan's essence, blood essence, as well as her fate and soul. And Lin was enraged to an unprecedented level. A terrifying aura swept through the surroundings, and an aura that wasn't inferior to that of a god of creation stage, Cultivator engulfed heaven and earth. A look of surprise appeared on the great Empress, Vermilion Bird's face. It was as if she hadn't expected that Lin would actually be able to see through her mystic technique. But very quickly, a ruthless look appeared on her face, and she made a grabbing motion in the direction of the fleeing Su Xiaolan. Crack! Dark red energy appeared from all directions, imprisoning Su Xiaolan in the void. This was the supreme origin power that belonged to the Vermilion Bird, and it had an absolute suppressive effect on Su Xiaolan. Her life was given to me by me in the first place. What's wrong with me taking back everything that belongs to me? A sinister smile appeared on the great Empress, Vermilion Bird's face, as she rapidly dashed towards Su Xiaolan. The vermilion bird heart essence in front of her once again erupted with a blinding light, and it stimulated the bloodline within the female's body. Ah! Su Xiaolan screamed in pain as blood spurted out from the wound on her wrist again. The vermilion bird heart essence greedily sucked away Su Xiaolan's blood. This time it was brazenly sucking her blood essence, and its speed was extremely fast. Not only was it devouring her essence blood, but it was also frenziedly absorbing her fate, her divine sense, and her life force. Moreover, it was also starting to strip away her bloodline. You're seeking death. An enraged roar sounded like the roar of a heavenly god, and Lin instantly activated his 5 elemental body, and his golden will tore through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the great Empress, Vermilion Bird, and punched her. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird, extended a slender hand and lightly blocked the path of Lin's fist. Her expression was cold and indifferent. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you've subdued the 6 Vermilion Bird sages? You don't understand true power at all. Bang! The sound of bones shattering reverberated in the air. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird's eyes widened in shock as she saw that her palm had already been twisted and ruptured. Boom! The fist projection exploded forth. The Vermilion Bird spell altar was shattered into pieces by the shock waves from the fist projection. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird's body was blasted back tens of thousands of meters. Su Xiaolan, are you all right? And Lin retracted his fist and looked toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan took advantage of the instant when the great Empress Vermilion Bird was injured to quickly struggle free. Then she transformed into a bolt of lightning and increased the distance between her and the Vermilion Bird Heart essence. The power of the Vermilion Bird Heart essence possessed an absolute suppressive power over the power within her body. It was as if a low-level being was completely powerless before a higher-level being. I'm fine. Be careful, Lin. Su Xiaolan's face was deathly pale as she retreated. However, she still shouted loudly. At the same time, she formed seals with her hands and unleashed millions upon millions of holy flame arrows that were powerful enough to destroy the divine, Tao, toward the great Empress, Vermilion Bird. Everything you have was given to you by me. Everything you use is my power. How are you going to fight me? The great Empress, Vermilion Bird's body came to a halt, and her battered hand had already recovered. Her blue eyes ferociously glared at the oncoming holy flame arrows. The arrows that filled the sky were instantly unable to maintain their forms under her glare, and they exploded into balls of flames where they stood. The true Vermilion Bird could perfectly suppress those who possessed the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Rip! Just as the great Empress Vermilion Bird was dealing with Su Xiaolan, a deafening ripping sound suddenly erupted. The great Empress Vermilion Bird discovered in horror that the vermilion bird heart essence floating in the distance had actually been sliced in half by Lin's evil-slaying sword. A rich, dark red vermilion bird power surged into the surroundings like a flood. No, the great Empress Vermilion Bird lost her composure again. How is this possible? The vermilion bird heart essence is a unique item condensed from the supreme vermilion bird's nomological laws. How could it be sliced apart so easily? And Lin laughed. The supreme vermilion bird's nomological laws? Sorry, but his evil-slaying sword possessed the power to slice apart nomological laws. Coupled with his Dao sword, how could it not slice apart the unprotected vermilion bird heart essence? The great Empress Vermilion Bird immediately used all of her power to summon back the vermilion bird heart essence. Having suffered a backlash from the vermilion bird heart essence's destruction, she was severely wounded once again. Streaks of bloody wounds appeared on her body, and blood flowed continuously from them. How could Lin and Su Xiaolan let go of such a good opportunity? Now that they had completely fallen out with each other, the only thing they could do was to kill each other. At the same time, they pounced toward the nearby Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird swallowed the vermilion bird heart essence, which had been glued back together, into her stomach again. Then her aura soared explosively, and the projection of a gigantic and majestic phoenix appeared behind her. Its holy and noble aura seemed as if it wanted to trample the entire heavens beneath its feet. Before Su Xiaolan had even attacked, she could already feel a suffocating might bearing down on her. She had clearly already reached the pinnacle of the vermilion bird Dao. However, the might unleashed by the great Empress Vermilion Bird still completely suppressed the bloodline power within her body. "Kneel!" the great Empress Vermilion Bird yelled as she looked at Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan felt as if a supreme god had appeared before her and demanded her to submit. Meanwhile, her bloodline had already involuntarily submitted to this being. At the same time, her legs started to move uncontrollably, and she was about to kneel down. "You kneel first." And Lin's eyes turned pure gold, and a supreme divine might crashed into the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. This was the super divine might technique, and it could instantly make the 6 vermilion bird sages kneel at the same time. The great Empress Vermilion Bird lived up to her reputation as the most arrogant and powerful being. Even though she was struck by the super divine might technique, she was still able to remain standing. However, a pair of large hands had already pressed down viciously on her shoulders. Boom! The great Empress Vermilion Bird knelt down. In the instant before Su Xiaolan's knees hit the ground, she had already knelt down. Then Su Xiaolan's knees finally hit the ground, and she completely knelt to the ground. Just like that, the two women knelt to each other. A peculiar silence ensued. Chapter 1924. Su Xiaolan was a little stunned, but she was also a little touched. She had never imagined that Lin would actually do something as shocking as making the great Empress Vermilion Bird kneel first in order to protect her dignity. After a brief moment of blankness, the great Empress Vermilion Bird's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Had she ever knelt before anyone else? The 6 vermilion bird sages were at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and they were the most powerful beings below the god of creation stage. However, they were all fawning over the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Who could make her kneel? Yes, as one of the 4 strongest saints in the star field and the one and only saint seat. She was the holiest, proudest, and noblest person in the world. How could she kneel to someone else? But now, she was kneeling before a mixed-blood human. Even Lin didn't know how much damage this had inflicted on the great Empress Vermilion Bird. PFFF. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was so furious that she spat out a mouthful of blood. The wounds all over her body split open, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. Every drop of blood was comparable to a divine item. An obvious crack had already appeared in her Tao heart. The extremely proud Great Empress Vermilion Bird was actually kneeling to someone. This was a psychological blow that was no less than killing her. "I want you dead." The Great Empress Vermilion Bird let out an enraged roar, and platinum-colored flames erupted from her body. These flames carried with them a might that could incinerate all things as they surged toward Enlin. Playing with fire in front of me, Enlin hurriedly retreated, and a scarlet divine ring suddenly appeared above his head. It contained absolute law energy that enveloped the oncoming flames. The surging platinum-colored holy flame seemed to have received an absolute command and stopped in the air. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird's body trembled slightly. It was as if flames that could purify everything were burning before her eyes. "I, the Vermilion Bird, am the supreme being that wields the power of fire." She suddenly let loose a piercing cry that no human could make. Her voice was ethereal, as if she had transcended this world. And Lin suddenly felt that the feeling of being able to control all flames had suddenly disappeared, and an extremely transcendent existence had appeared, forcibly vying for control with him. That existence also possessed an extremely supreme origin authority. A pair of dazzling wings unfurled from the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's back. She walked towards Enlin with her bare feet. Lotuses bloomed with every step she took, and each lotus actually possessed the power to destroy a world. They were like raging flames, releasing an extremely shocking power. "I was born in the primal chaos of the universe and will never be extinguished. I control the flames of heaven and earth and command millions of feathers. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth are destroyed, I can still protect the southern border and let the holy might exist forever. What do you have to fight with me?" A holy mark in the form of a vermilion bird appeared on the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's forehead, and she made a grasping motion toward Enlin. The holy flame that was under Enlin's control started to move again, and it roared as it pounced toward Enlin. This was the first time Enlin had used his elemental authority and lost control of it. His expression shifted drastically as he drew his evil-slaying sword and slashed down. The holy flame was split in two before quickly merging back together. Its might did not weaken at all, and it continued to give off a holy might that seemed to be able to incinerate everything as it leapt towards Enlin. Not only did this flame contain the essential power of the Vermilion Bird, but it also contained the eternal and indestructible property of the holy birth. And Lin felt troubled for the first time. He was clearly the heavenly fire god, a paramount being who controlled the Tao of fire. However, he was completely helpless against the flames before him. Die! The Great Empress Vermilion Bird's hatred toward Enlin caused her expression to contort slightly. She clapped her hands together, and an indestructible holy flame engulfed Enlin from all directions. Then it suddenly exploded. Boom! The earth quaked, and the white ball of flames swelled continuously like a sun as it engulfed everything in its surroundings. Heat-resistant plants, powerful flame beasts, and flaming terrain were all annihilated by this attack. Not a single one survived. However, in the center of the holy flame sun, a blade of wind and snow suddenly tore open a passageway. Power of all creation! Myriad phenomena with a single thought. Since he was unable to control the flames, he would use other powers to fight against the Great Empress Vermilion Bird. In any case, apart from the power of the fire god, Enlin still had 6 other powers that he could use. The wind and snow parted a path. Enlin transformed into a bolt of golden void lightning and approached the Great Empress Vermilion Bird at a terrifying speed. At the same time, his fist was imbued with the boundless power of the 5 elements, and he punched toward the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's face. The speed of the power of lightning and the power of the phenomenal success, divine body, combined to unleash a might that surpassed that of an ordinary god of creation's attack. "You can actually break through my holy flame?" A ferocious expression appeared on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face. It was as if there was no power behind her fist as heaven and earth instantly darkened. Boom! A shock wave spread out in a ring-shaped manner, tearing apart everything in its path. The power of the 5 elements and the domineering brute force clashed and tore at each other. And Lin's attack this time was much more powerful than the previous one. However, he had crippled the great Empress Vermilion Bird's hand last time. This time, however, they were evenly matched. Not only was the great Empress Vermilion Bird good at playing with fire, but even her physical body was comparable to the 5 elemental body of the war god at the phenomenal success divine body of the war god. This made it impossible for Enlin to target the great Empress Vermilion Bird's physical weakness. After this collision, the two of them were both knocked back by the tremendous force, and Lin knew that the great Empress Vermilion Bird could be even more powerful. However, she had been severely wounded during the battle with Pango, and she had yet to recover from her injuries. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird heart essence had also been shattered by his attack. This caused her to be even with Enlin. Just as these thoughts were running through his mind, countless crimson flaming feathers suddenly pierced toward him. The great Empress Vermilion Bird actually launched another attack as she was knocked back. Her wings flapped rapidly and countless crimson, blood-like feathers shot out. Each flaming feather was comparable to the sharpest divine tool, and they were capable of tearing through everything. And Lin's heart jolted, and he gave up on the idea of using his physical body to defend against the flaming feathers. Instead, he drew his evil-slaying sword and slashed out a dense sword net to block the flaming feathers' attacks. However, the might of the flaming feathers' attacks was far too terrifying. Every time they collided, it was as if a god of creation had unleashed a full-force attack. Even Enlin's arm felt like it was being torn apart. In the end, a flaming feather managed to escape and ruthlessly stabbed into Enlin's waist. Not only was the feather as hard as a divine tool, but it also contained a holy rank Vermilion Bird power that could melt through anything. Rip! And Lin's body of the war god was sliced open. The flaming feather pierced through his divine body, and a wisp of the Vermilion Bird's origin power surged into his body through the wound. He was just about to purge this wisp of power. The great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly smiled. "I've finally caught you." Origin blood splashed out from her body and condensed into a crimson, holy seal in the sky. A light enshrouded both Enlin and the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Blood sacrifice, Vermilion Bird, holy forbidden technique. Boundless reincarnation flames. Construct karma, spatial displacement. Enlin was just about to resist when he discovered that the Vermilion Bird's power was desperately trying to teleport him away. In fact, the Vermilion Bird even expended a huge amount of its origin power. Under the impact of the torrential energy, the remnant Vermilion Bird power in his wound connected with the Vermilion Bird power in the outside world. This caught Enlin off guard. When Enlin came to his senses again, he had already been teleported to another location in the Vermilion Bird star system. To put it more accurately, he had been teleported to the interior of a terrifyingly powerful sun. Chapter 1925. The unimaginably high temperature instantly charred Enlin's skin black. Enlin was subjected to a frenzied pressure and impact within the core of the sun. This was not ordinary sun, true flames. It wasn't like he had never eaten ordinary suns before. But these flames were far less terrifying than this. There was no life, no space, and no matter within these incessant flames. There were only flames that could incinerate everything and were imbued with the ability to reincarnate endlessly. And Lin's appearance was like a foreign object. The power of the entire sun was repelling and attacking Enlin, trying to incinerate and erase this foreign object. As such, the attacks that Enlin was facing were unimaginably overwhelming. Arg! Enlin endured unimaginable pain, as if his body was going to melt and evaporate in the next second. He immediately used his heavenly fire power to try and control the flames of the sun, only to find that it was F*King ineffective. The flames of this sun contained the absolute will of the vermilion bird, and it was not under his control at all. Or rather, he was not powerful enough, so the power of his laws was not strong enough. Not only that, but this sun also dragged Enlin into a strange, burning reincarnation cycle. No matter how he moved, he would return to the core of the sun in the next second. There was no way he could escape. Enlin wanted to use his sword to slice open the sun, but the flames immediately healed as soon as they were split apart. Flames could also reincarnate, and they could reincarnate from death to life. He could only use his other 6 heavenly fire powers to form a protective barrier and desperately resist the onslaught of the flames. This was a terrifying flame-killing formation. Even if Enlin could withstand the onslaught of the flames, he would eventually be unable to withstand the endless onslaught. When that time came, it would be his doomsday. As this sun burned Enlin, it didn't forget to slowly revolve around the vermilion bird planet. It was also a member of the 9-star system. At this moment, the neighboring star suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The vermilion bird used the reincarnation sun to deal with that human? That's making a mountain out of a molehill." Using this kind of mystic technique will not only reduce the user's life essence, but it will also affect their own Tao. It can be said that this is a technique that kills 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 casualties on oneself. You're actually willing to pay such a price in order to drag your enemy into the reincarnation flames and torture them to your heart's content. Is your enemy too strong, or is your hatred too deep? Fixed Star ridiculed softly, then used his penetrative vision to look at the situation inside. Seeing that the other party was still stubbornly holding on, Fixed Star could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Strange cultivation, strange divine body, strange power. Everything about this human is strange. Just where did this peerless monster pop out from? Could it be Taichu? The vermilion bird clearly only wanted to absorb her inheritor's bloodline. But who would have thought that it would involve such a freak? Sigh. What a pity, he shouldn't have provoked the vermilion bird so quickly. Fixed Star sighed regretfully, and then suddenly fell into hesitation. Should I save him? Should I save him or not? Forget it. Everything has its own destiny. If he dies, then so be it. Who told him to provoke the vermilion bird? Just be careful in your next life. Eternal Star shook its head regretfully, giving up on the idea of rescuing Enlin. Meanwhile, on the immortal vermilion star, Flame Heart Immortal Realm, after the great Empress Vermilion Bird dragged Enlin away, her cold eyes turned toward the nearby Su Xiaolan, and a faint smile appeared on her face. All right, I've finally gotten rid of that annoying fly. Now only you and I are left in this world, and Lin won't be killed by you so easily. Su Xiaolan looked at the great Empress Vermilion Bird as her fingers continued to carve divine patterns on her body. The great Empress Vermilion Bird walked toward Su Xiaolan step by step, and her terrifying holy birth aura crushed down upon the latter's body. Her face was still filled with endless greed and hatred. What a perfect person! Your development has already far surpassed my imagination. If it weren't for the fact that I urgently need a pure bloodline power, perhaps I really would have made you my successor to the holy birth. The great Empress Vermilion Bird placed a finger on her luscious red lips, and her scorching gaze wandered over the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. If I absorb everything of you into my body, I'll definitely be able to make up for my incomplete body. That's right, I kneeled to you. However, if I eat you and fuse you into my body, then you'll become a part of my vermilion bird. Isn't that equivalent to kneeling to myself? That way, I'll still be the proudest, noblest, and purest me. Su Xiaolan's lips twitched. Even at a time like this, She's still brooding over kneeling to me? Come become a part of me. The great Empress Vermilion Bird spat out the vermilion bird heart essence again. The crimson bead slowly rotated, exuding a boundlessly enchanting light. This caused Su Xiaolan's bloodline to throb, and she wanted to throw herself into the vermilion bird heart essence, like a moth flying into a flame. A determined expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she gripped her dragon sparrow sword tightly. You still want to resist? The great Empress Vermilion Bird chuckled. Everything you have was given to you by me. What are you going to use to fight against me? She pressed down toward the nearby Su Xiaolan. Kneel. Boom. The supreme decree of the great Empress Vermilion Bird fell upon Su Xiaolan's body. As expected, Su Xiaolan's vermilion bird bloodline would immediately submit to her. Moreover, Su Xiaolan's body would also kneel toward her. Sure enough, Su Xiaolan's knees began to bend. However, in the next instant, lightning crackled. The earth exploded. Su Xiaolan charged toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird at an incredible speed. Her dragon sparrow sword was imbued with a boundless dragon might, and it slashed down toward the vermilion bird heart essence like the roar of a divine dragon. Boom! An extreme sharpness tore at the vermilion bird heart essence in a frenzy. The location of her slash was the exact location wherein Lin had struck the vermilion bird heart essence. Cracks appeared once again. Tearing open an old wound was much easier than creating a new one in an undamaged location. The vermilion bird heart essence that had just healed with great difficulty was once again destroyed. By the time the great Empress Vermilion Bird reacted, it was already too late. The dragon sparrow sword had already sliced the vermilion bird heart essence in half. No! The great Empress Vermilion Bird roared hysterically as she swatted a palm toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan raised her sword in front of her, and a boundless power caused the dragon sparrow sword to tremble violently. Her body flew backward, but she still opened her mouth at this moment. Roar! The green dragon's breath was like a surging flood that instantly engulfed the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. However, in the next instant, a scorching holy flame exploded and incinerated the flood of dragon's breath. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's expression was extremely dispirited, and she swallowed the vermilion bird heart essence again. However, she continued to vomit blood. Impossible! This is impossible! How can you still attack me? Su Xiaolan stopped in her tracks, and her dragon sparrow sword swam through the air like a lightning dragon. When Enlin was fighting against you, why did you engrave divine patterns on my body? It was to seal the damned vermilion bird bloodline in my body. You can command the vermilion bird bloodline, so I'll seal it. Semi-transparent, golden, jade-like dragon scales started to appear on Su Xiaolan's snow-white skin. Dragon horns started to appear on her head, and her voice was cold and proud. Everything I have was given to me by you. I'm sorry, but even without the vermilion bird bloodline, I can still torture you. Crack! The jade pendant of the Azure Dragon Tribe's guardian deity was shattered by Su Xiaolan. Chapter 1926. The main star of the Azure Dragon Tribe, the Dragon Origin Star. This was a mighty star that would never be destroyed. It suddenly trembled lightly. Then, an immeasurable star power pierced through space and directly landed on the azure-clothed female on the immortal vermilion star. Not only that, but the Tao realm true intent, mind power, and mysterious fortune of the entire Azure Dragon Tribe all started to strengthen the azure-clothed female's body. Su Xiaolan crushed the guardian deity jade pendant, which allowed her to temporarily obtain the power of a god of creation. At this moment, she was truly a guardian deity who was under the protection of the Azure Dragon Tribe. She was a true god. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, I came here to settle my karma with you. I wanted to repay you. Even if you took away my Vermilion Bird bloodline, I wouldn't have any complaints. But you wanted to absorb my fortune, absorb my soul, and take away everything I have. A pair of azure dragon wings appeared on Su Xiaolan's back. The dense holy patterns on the wings shone with a dazzling light, and the aura of the origin azure dragon soared into the sky. I'm sorry, but we're enemies now. Su Xiaolan roared. Her eyes became pure gold, and her dragon might transformed into golden ripples that swept through the entire immortal vermilion star. The divine Tao avatar then appeared, condensing into a boundlessly majestic azure dragon that existed eternally in the universe, entrenched on the planet. This scene terrified all the living beings on the immortal vermilion star. Some were knocked unconscious by the azure dragon's aura, while others flew around in fear. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! My God! Such a huge dragon! Is this the azure dragon's true body? Hurry and run! Leave this star! Many of the vermilion bird tribe living beings had already lost their minds in fear. The 6 vermilion bird sages and Mo Hai hurriedly rushed toward the vermilion bird spell altar. Then they saw the great empress vermilion bird confronting Su Xiaolan, and they were completely dumbfounded. The scene unfolding before their eyes had exceeded their imaginations. The great empress vermilion bird's feathers were drenched in blood, and the dragon horn Su Xiaolan was exuding extremely terrifying auras. What's going on? Why are they fighting? The vermilion bird spell altar's formation had the ability to isolate itself from the outside world and conceal the movements within. Initially, the great empress vermilion bird planned to quietly devour Su Xiaolan. However, who would have thought that Su Xiaolan would actually draw upon the power of the dragon origin star and materialize an azure dragon? In the end, the outside world still discovered what was happening inside. Is this really Su Xiaolan? Mo Hai felt that his outlook on cultivation had received an unprecedented blow. He knew that Su Xiaolan was powerful, but he couldn't imagine that she was powerful enough to fight against a supreme being of the vermilion bird tribe. The little girl who used to follow him around and call him senior brother was now able to battle against a being that even the vermilion bird sect had to look up to. The great empress vermilion bird is in danger. Let's go and save her. Kill. Eliminate these despicable and treacherous humans. The 6 vermilion bird sages roared with rage as they pounced toward Su Xiaolan. However, they were stopped by the vermilion bird spell altar's spell formation. The vermilion birds were instantly embarrassed. The great empress vermilion bird refused to let us help. This is a battle that belongs to great empress vermilion bird. She doesn't need our help at all. Yes, that must be it. Su Xiaolan is just a slightly bigger worm in front of her. Wouldn't it be an insult to her if we help her without permission? Let's just wait here for the results of the battle. The 6 vermilion bird sages immediately thought things through, and they began to converse in a relaxed manner. Mo Hai suddenly panicked. Only now did he realize that he and the 6 vermilion bird sages seemed to be standing on opposite sides. If they were to deal with him, Mo Hai swallowed his saliva discreetly and moved to hide behind a rock. You can't see me. You can't see me. As expected, the 6 vermilion bird sages didn't look at him. Or rather, they couldn't be bothered to look at him. Compared to the great empress vermilion bird's battle, Mo Hai wasn't worth their attention even for a second. At this moment, the azure dragon on the immortal vermilion star had already lowered its head and was staring at the great empress vermilion bird. A tremendous dragon might instantly cause the earth around the great empress vermilion bird to cave in. Suppressed by the boundless dragon might, the great empress vermilion bird's bloodline started to churn, and a desire to contend against it surfaced in her heart. This is the projection of the azure dragon holy birth. An expression of astonishment appeared on the great empress vermilion bird's face. Isn't this a power that only the guardian deities of the azure dragon tribe can wield? How can you? Rip. The void trembled. Su Xiaolan instantly appeared before the great empress vermilion bird. Her hand formed into a dragon claw, and an azure holy light tore through everything like lightning. The azure dragon in the sky also struck out with its claw at the same time. At this moment, it was as if Su Xiaolan had transformed into a real azure dragon, and a boundless azure dragon power surged furiously toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly folded her wings and wrapped them around her body. Boom! Lightning, clouds, and gales exploded at the same time. The great Empress Vermilion Bird groaned in pain, and her body flew back like a streak of light. Then she crashed heavily into the spell formation of the Vermilion Bird spell altar and spat out another mouthful of blood. Great Empress Vermilion Bird! No. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages stared at this scene in astonishment. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was actually sent flying by Su Xiaolan? She was sent flying by a human woman? Huh. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, are your injuries already that severe? Su Xiaolan smiled faintly. Her breathing was like billowing clouds as she quickly adapted to her newfound power. The great Empress Vermilion Bird. You two shameless be asterisk stards. Each of you sneak attacked me once, and you still have the cheek to say such things? Su Xiaolan raised her chin, and her hands transformed into agile dragon claws. A destructive power that could tear apart an entire planet surged as she charged toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird again. Cut the crap. I'm going to tear you apart. The projection of an azure dragon danced around Su Xiaolan's body, and the projection of the azure dragon Holy Birth strengthened the sky. At this moment, her power was extremely domineering, and she was like a mini Tyrannosaurus Rex as she stabbed her claws toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's hands became crimson gold in color as she quickly blocked Su Xiaolan's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between the two of them was earth-shattering, and it was as if a series of thunderclaps had erupted. Just the energy that escaped from their clash was enough to shatter the void and shatter mountains and rivers. This was a direct clash between the paramount azure dragon power and the paramount vermilion bird power. When Bai Shui and Qi Yu activated their guardian deity jade pendants, they could both unleash power comparable to a god of creation's stage mighty figure. Su Xiaolan had undergone the baptism of the Dragon Dao Pond and reached the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Her power alone was already superior to Bai Shui and Qi Yu's. Now that she activated her guardian deity jade pendants, how could a normal god of creation's stage mighty figure compare to her? Even though she was facing a holy birth vermilion bird, especially a severely wounded one, she wasn't afraid in the slightest. Azure Dragon, Holy Technique, Star Plucking. Su Xiaolan suddenly grabbed toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird, and a terrifying suction force erupted from her claws. It was as if she wanted to grasp everything before her in her hands. Rip! Su Xiaolan tore off a large handful of feathers from the great Empress Vermilion Bird's wings. The great Empress Vermilion Bird flared up in rage upon seeing this. This was like a girl tearing off her clothes in a fight. This was a massive humiliation. Chirp! The great Empress Vermilion Bird shrieked. The feathers in Su Xiaolan's hands suddenly erupted with a blinding light. Crap! Su Xiaolan's expression changed drastically, and she was just about to fling the feathers away. Boom! The feathers exploded. A ball of holy flames that was even hotter than the sun engulfed Su Xiaolan's body. Chapter 1927. Su Xiaolan flew out from the holy flame explosion in an extremely disheveled manner. Her entire body was covered in varying degrees of burns, and a portion of her dragon claw had been burnt off. An azure holy light enveloped her wounds. Then it unleashed an extremely powerful healing power to treat her burns. However, she didn't even get a chance to catch her breath before another frightening energy fluctuation erupted from in front of her. A red figure dashed toward Su Xiaolan at an incredible speed. Like a divine sword piercing through the air, it ruthlessly stabbed toward her heart. Su Xiaolan twisted her body, and a black figure instantly appeared before the red figure. Boom! The great Empress Vermilion Bird's arm was bent by the massive force. She focused her gaze and discovered that a golden dragon tail covered in scales had appeared before her. Do you not want to be a human anymore? The great Empress Vermilion Bird roared in rage. Her other hand swiftly broke through Su Xiaolan's defenses and slammed into her chest. Su Xiaolan felt as if a burst of explosive energy was going to instantly annihilate her. However, before this power could destroy her body, an azure dragon power that flowed like water started to quickly neutralize the great Empress Vermilion Bird's power. Bam! Su Xiaolan was sent flying by the great Empress Vermilion Bird's slap. At this moment, 90% of the great Empress Vermilion Bird's power had already been neutralized. However, there was still another 10% that was wreaking havoc within her body. This power was enough to destroy any Dao integration stage super mighty figure. However, Su Xiaolan relied on her freakish physical body to forcefully resist it. Whoosh! The sound of space exploding could be heard. The great Empress Vermilion Bird appeared before Su Xiaolan again. Her expression was one of arrogance and ferocity, and an extremely terrifying aura engulfed Su Xiaolan's body. Then Su Xiaolan saw the great Empress Vermilion Bird's figure instantly flash in 99 different directions and unleash 99 different attacks. Each of these attacks contained a supreme divine ability that targeted her unique weakness. Su Xiaolan injected all of her azure dragon power into the dragon sparrow sword. The sword projection was like water, but it was also like a swimming azure dragon. It surged incessantly and accurately blocked all of the great Empress Vermilion Bird's attacks. Again and again. They collided again and again. The two of them were becoming more and more evenly matched. In particular, after Su Xiaolan had gotten used to this immense power, she became more and more adept at dealing with the great Empress Vermilion Bird's attacks. From time to time, she could even unleash counterattacks that caused even the great Empress Vermilion Bird to shudder in fear. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was extremely sullen. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that she would be able to fight evenly with someone who she had previously regarded as a piece of meat. Even though she was severely wounded and had expended a lot of energy to kill Enlin, it was still a piece of cake for her to torture a weak god of creation. However, the power that Su Xiaolan had just unleashed was not something that a weak god of creation could compare to. Su Xiaolan's current power was slightly more powerful than heavenly monarch Bei Luo's. Therefore, a scene that shocked billions of living beings appeared. Right now, the entire Vermilion Bird star system knew that the great Empress Vermilion Bird was battling a powerful being from the Azure Dragon tribe. The immortal Vermilion Star was a planet that had been reinforced by layers upon layers of laws. It was extremely sturdy, and even if tens of thousands of high-yield nuclear bombs would fall on it, it wouldn't even scratch an itch. However, the immortal Vermilion Star was currently engulfed in a destructive aura. The tectonic plates were shifting and trembling incessantly, and it looked as if the entire star was about to collapse. Kacha, boom! The Vermilion Bird spell Altar's formation was destroyed. Su Xiaolan and the great Empress Vermilion Bird soared into the sky at the same time. They transformed into two streaks of light, one green and one red, and they continuously collided with one another. Every time they collided, it was as if a small sun had exploded. Without the restriction of the Vermilion Bird spell Altar's spell formation, the destructive power of their battle was no longer restrained, and the shockwaves of their battle began to wreak havoc on the immortal Vermilion Star. Azure Dragon Ancestral Aura! Su Xiaolan opened her mouth and exhaled toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. An azure golden breath that contained the power of time soared into the sky. It was as if it were the boundless river of the galaxy, eternal and inextinguishable. Even the great Empress Vermilion Bird's protective holy flame was torn open by this azure dragon ancestral aura. She sensed a fatal threat from this breath. She couldn't take it head-on. The great Empress Vermilion Bird instantly entered into an extremely mystical state. She was ethereal and untraceable like smoke. When the azure golden breath crashed into her body, it was as if it had crashed into a wisp of smoke and instantly disappeared. Su Xiaolan's dragon scales stood on end. She had detected a presence that was rapidly approaching her. Furthermore, this presence was using a method that was even faster than spatial skipping. Primal Chaos Flash. The great Empress Vermilion Bird appeared in front of Su Xiaolan. Her slender hands intertwined to form a vermilion bird soaring holy seal. Then she ruthlessly imprinted this seal onto Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan slashed her sword toward the sky. However, she was greeted by the sight of a vermilion bird that could blot out the entire sky with its wings extended. This vermilion bird carried a boundless origin power as it pounced toward her. Then it crushed her into the ground. This power was far too vast, and Su Xiaolan was completely unable to dodge it. Boom! An earth-shattering crimson energy shockwave erupted and engulfed everything in the surroundings. Countless living beings died amid blood-curdling screams, and one towering mountain peak after another was instantly razed to the ground. When the energy shockwave dissipated, a vermilion bird insignia had appeared in the ground within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Su Xiaolan stood in the center of the crater and panted heavily as she held onto her sword with both hands. She actually blocked it. The great Empress Vermilion Bird in the sky was even more astonished. Her breathing was also slightly chaotic as she narrowed her eyes and looked down at Su Xiaolan. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, we've come to assist you. Charge! Kill this despicable human. The 6 vermilion bird sages spread open their wings and pounced towards Su Xiaolan with powerful might. Azure Dragon Holy Technique. Descending dragon raises its head. Su Xiaolan's sword moved along with the dragon. At some point in time, the gigantic azure dragon that occupied the entire immortal vermilion star had already arrived behind Su Xiaolan. Then it raised its head and soared into the sky. The great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly self-detonated, and boundless milky white holy flames engulfed the entire sky. An extremely noble and proud crimson vermilion bird descended from the sky with boundless origin flames around it. In this instant, it was as if the billions of living beings in the vermilion bird star system could see the collision between an azure dragon and a vermilion bird. The collision between the azure and crimson energies tore the heavens and earth into azure and crimson colors at the same time. Heaven and earth were annihilated. Ah, save me! The 6 vermilion bird sages, who had just arrived to assist the great Empress, were blasted flying by the terrifying shockwaves from the collision between the 2 vermilion birds and great Empress Vermilion Birds. The massive immortal vermilion star was also blasted into oblivion by the shockwaves from the collision. This caused the star to deviate from its original orbit, and it became a wandering immortal vermilion ball. Mo Hai fled with all his might, and that was why he hadn't been killed by the shockwaves. He looked behind him with lingering fear in his heart. He could only see boundless destruction and disaster, as well as the scenes of 2 gigantic holy beasts clashing and tearing at each other. Everything else had been replaced by an azure and a crimson color. In the boundless universe, only 2 things were real. The azure dragon roared as it circled the star, and the vermilion bird's wings covered the sky as it let out a clear cry. This scene was like a primordial painting. It was beautiful, majestic, and boundless. It was a kind of dynamic eternity, and it gave off a feeling of surrealism. Chapter 1928. And Lin was still trapped in the star. He used almost every method he could think of to break through the reincarnation flames of the star, but to no avail. The flames of reincarnation crazily attacked the heavenly gods' defenses. They were boundless, and their strength was even slowly increasing. Their attacks didn't seem to be weakening at all. If this went on, Enlil really wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The commotion caused by the battle between the vermilion bird and the azure dragon had already reached the inner part of the star he was on. Little Lon has already used her final trump card. If she can't defeat the great Empress Vermilion Bird, she'll be in grave danger once the time limit for her explosive technique expires. And Lin was extremely worried. What could he do? Was there any other way to break through this endless reincarnation force? If this sun was an ordinary sun, and Lin would have swallowed it in a matter of minutes. In any case, it was not like he had never swallowed it before, so he would not be as conflicted as he was now. Wait a minute, swallowed? That's right. Why can't I swallow the boundless reincarnation fire? And Lin didn't know much about other things, but when it came to food, he always took it one step at a time. The power of the boundless reincarnation fire was much more terrifying than the sun essence, but his own strength was also much stronger. He should be able to swallow it. Let's have a taste first. And Lin opened his mouth and activated an engulfment spell technique. At the same time, the shadow of a huge black void whale appeared behind him. He was using the unique power of the void beast in his sea of vital energy. His devouring talent was extremely powerful, and there was a high chance that he could devour the power in front of him into his sea of vital energy to safely digest it. Chi! A jet-black vortex began to suck in the flames in front of it. The scorching platinum flames in front of him surged crazily and were then sucked into the vortex. And Lin was overjoyed when he saw this. He thought to himself, "Boundless reincarnation fire, reincarnation immortal. I want to see how you can reincarnation immortal in my stomach." Rumble. The platinum flames rushed into his energy sea. The extremely hot flames instantly illuminated the entire Chi Sea. Then the flames began to spread and attack in a frenzy. Within his sea of vital energy, the little whale, the holy flame vermilion bird, and Kirin, little Xianwu, and little white tiger were all given a fright by the flames before unleashing attacks to suppress them. Roar, 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 woo, 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 crackle. And Lin noticed to his shock that they were still barely able to hold on at the beginning. But as they absorbed more and more of the boundless reincarnation flames, they were utterly unable to withstand the attacks of the flames, and they started to let out shrill cries repeatedly. The boundless reincarnation fire was like a huge river that crazily rushed into the whirlpool that Lin had released. Within the sea of vital energy, the flames of reincarnation burned in Kirin and the other pets to death. Then, Kirin and the other pets were revived by the special properties of the sea of vital energy before being burned to death by the flames of reincarnation again. Resurrection and death, death and resurrection, resurrection and death, death and resurrection. And Lin didn't know whether the boundless reincarnation flame could reincarnate on its own, but he knew that the boundless reincarnation flame had allowed Kirin and his other pets to experience the true cycle of life and death. Little pets like little white tiger and little black tortoise that had just entered the Chi Sea were already in tears. Why was the sea of energy so scary? No one had told them before. "Mama, it was so scary. I want to go home." And Lin's heart ached as he looked at the pets in the sea of vital energy. Then he continued to devour the flames of reincarnation flame. "I'll have to trouble them for now. Once I save their mama, I'll save the disaster in the sea of energy." And Lin released his divine sense and roughly assessed the situation of the reincarnation flame. The results were very satisfactory. Its volume had already shrunk by 1%. This meant that the flames of reincarnation flame had been isolated by a special power after entering his sea of vital energy. As a result, it was unable to reincarnate. With this in mind, Lin excitedly increased his rate of devouring. He opened his mouth wide and devoured the boundless flames of reincarnation flame at a rate that could fill an entire Pacific Ocean. 10 minutes later, burp, erg. and Lin suddenly felt nauseous and began to vomit violently. The flames of reincarnation flame filled his sea of vital energy, burning everything in its path. Even the liquefied vital energy in his sea of vital energy was evaporated into gas. When a liquid becomes a gas, it will expand. Right now, and Lin felt like his sea of vital energy was expanding to the point where it hurt. If he continued to devour the flames of reincarnation flame like this, his sea of vital energy would explode in less than a minute. No, he was going to die if he continued like this. And Lin looked at the sun to find that it had only shrunk by 8%. There was no way he could devour all of it. What do I do? What do I do? I can't eat anymore. And Lin was burning with anxiety. Was there a way to completely devour the flames of reincarnation flame without taking up too much space in his sea of vital energy? A thought suddenly flashed through in Lin's mind, and he thought of a way. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have even thought of this method. He was a little conflicted about this power, and he was a little conflicted about this identity. However, he didn't have time to think too much now. He had to give it a try. And Lin's heart suddenly transformed into a vast expanse of nothingness. Any mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage possessed their own power of the divine Tao. Didn't Lin have one? He did too. His power of the divine Tao was darkness. Pure darkness began to appear beneath Lin's feet. The darkness slowly proliferated and sucked in everything around it. It was very peaceful. There was no sound. There was no violent energy. Everything was proceeding in complete silence. It was impossible to describe what kind of darkness this was. The flames of reincarnation flame possessed the ability to reset everything and enter the cycle of reincarnation and rebirth. However, in the face of this power of darkness, it was completely unable to put up any resistance. It was sucked in and completely disappeared. True darkness represented absolute nothingness. It represented that apart from darkness, no other element was allowed to exist. Everything that was devoured by darkness would be transformed into nothingness. And Lin was shocked to discover that when he unleashed his divine Tao of darkness, the speed at which the flames of reincarnation flame was devoured was over 100 times faster than when he used his power of engulfment. Furthermore, the flames of reincarnation flame completely disappeared after being sucked into the darkness. Even Lin didn't know where the flames had gone. It was as if even their existence had been wiped away. What terrifying power! And Lin was shocked by his own power. He knew that his divine Tao of darkness had an engulfment effect, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Even the flames of reincarnation flame were unable to withstand it. At this moment, a star outside the reincarnation sun suddenly opened its eyes. This is impossible. The star was astonished. The flames of reincarnation are rapidly decreasing. What's going on? What did he do? The reincarnation sun was shrinking at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. One had to realize that every star was hundreds, or even thousands of times larger than a planet. What did it mean for the reincarnation sun to shrink so rapidly, devouring a planet in one gulp? What a joke! Chapter 1929. This powerful being that had transformed into a sun suddenly became extremely panicked. The fact that it was able to call the prideful Great Empress Vermilion Bird by her name, and the Great Empress Vermilion Bird didn't show any signs of disgust, was a testament to its status. It had lived for countless years, and it had seen countless bizarre things. However, it had never encountered a being that could swallow a sun so quickly. Furthermore, this wasn't an ordinary sun. It was the reincarnation sun that possessed the power of reincarnation. As it thought about this, the reincarnation sun's body became thinner. At the same time, the light it exuded also began to dim. It was as if it were about to die of old age after expending all energy. The powerful being that had transformed into a sun was truly panicking. It saw the darkness within the reincarnation sun. It felt as if it wanted to swallow everything, as if it wanted to reduce everything to nothingness. A boundless sense of danger welled up in its heart. Too mysterious, too powerful. This human's power was far beyond the powerful being's imagination. How had the reincarnation sun's flames been swallowed? Where did the flames go, and how did they disappear? It really couldn't understand. Even Enlil didn't understand what was going on, let alone Little White. Although Enlil had grasped the true intent of darkness and attained the paramount law of darkness, he still had very little understanding of true darkness. If he tried to delve deeper into it, he would feel as if his entire being would be engulfed by darkness. It was as if his entire existence was about to be erased. This was also why he was subconsciously afraid of using this power. The powerful being that had transformed into a sun was already slowly moving away from the reincarnation sun. To be honest, if any of the 8 stars outside of the Vermilion Bird planet were going to die, it wouldn't have thought that the reincarnation sun was going to die. After all, this was determined by the unique properties of the stars. Reincarnation represented indestructibility. Even if a god of creation stage, supermighty being smashed it for hundreds of years, the reincarnation sun would definitely not feel any pain. But now, the neighboring reincarnation sun brothers looked like they were about to die. The powerful being that had transformed into a sun didn't dare to be its neighbor anymore. It immediately ran far away, afraid that the power of darkness would contaminate it. The reincarnation sun became smaller and smaller. Finally, a crackling sound rang out. Pure darkness pierced through the boundlessly dazzling sun. The reincarnation sun that had burned for countless years was finally engulfed by darkness. Absolute darkness appeared in the universe, as if it would continue to spread outwards. The big shot that had turned into a sun felt that the surrounding light, the 8 great stars, and the billions of galaxies seemed to have disappeared in an instant. What entered its eyes was an endless void. This scene made its hair stand on end. It had never heard of such pure dark force before. Fortunately, the darkness disappeared in the next second. Only the white-robed figure was still floating in the universe. He was very, very small, but the big boss sun could not ignore his existence at all. His entire body seemed to be shining brighter than the sun. "It's over, Vermilion Bird. You've King kicked an iron plate," the sun god muttered. Meanwhile, on the immortal Vermilion Star, the battle between Su Xiaolan and the great Empress Vermilion Bird continued. The azure holy light that contained the azure dragon's origin power clashed violently with the scarlet holy light that contained the Vermilion Bird's origin power. The terrifying energy impact caused the giant planet, which had been reinforced by layers of laws, to become dilapidated. Half of the 6 Vermilion Bird sages' bodies were paralyzed by the aftershocks of the battle, and they reluctantly retreated from the battlefield. No matter how stubborn they were, they had no choice but to admit that Su Xiaolan was powerful. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had already released her true form. With a flap of her wings, she transformed into a vermilion bird that was several million feet tall. Su Xiaolan also stopped being a human, her body perfectly fused with the projection of the azure dragon holy birth. With her body as the core and the power of the azure dragon as her flesh and blood, she controlled the star-coiling dragon and tore at the vermilion bird before her. Their battle gradually moved away from the immortal Vermilion Star. This was the great Empress Vermilion Bird's intention. Su Xiaolan also did not want the immortal Vermilion Star to be destroyed. There were too many living beings on this planet who could not escape in time. Their battle would destroy this planet. Thus, their battle moved from the immortal Vermilion Star to the boundless outer space. Their battle had already reached the realm of returning to one's natural state. Like wild beasts, they madly rammed into each other. Moreover, they used their claws to tear and their mouths to bite. From time to time, they would unleash some powerful and extravagant divine abilities. However, all of this was in preparation for taking a bite out of the other party. The Vermilion Bird's power of flames was the strongest. As Su Xiaolan's azure dragon body pierced through the vermilion bird's domain of flames, her incredibly tough scales had already been charred black. However, she did not cower in the slightest. Instead, she rushed toward the vermilion bird and bit down. The vermilion bird wanted to flap her wings and escape. However, the azure dragon's tail had already circled around the vermilion bird's back and sealed off her escape route. Bam! The azure dragon's tail was like a huge palm that ruthlessly slapped the vermilion bird's back. The vermilion bird screamed in fear, and her gigantic body involuntarily plummeted forward. The azure dragon's gigantic mouth was already upon her, and it ruthlessly bit down on the vermilion bird's neck. Like countless divine weapons, the azure dragon's densely packed teeth pierced into the vermilion bird's flesh, causing blood to spurt out. Chirp! The vermilion bird screamed in anguish as she frantically flapped her wings. Suddenly, a boundless amount of high-temperature flames erupted from her body. These flames spread in all directions, and her entire body transformed into an extremely hot crimson sun. Su Xiaolan's bite on the vermilion bird's body felt like she was biting a sun. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, she did not let go. Instead, she continued to bite down on the vermilion bird's neck. Furthermore, she continuously sucked the vermilion bird's blood through her teeth that had pierced into the vermilion bird's flesh. Every mouthful of blood was extremely nutritious, and it was as if she had consumed a high-rank immortal pill. Su Xiaolan, tonk, 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 tonk. She continued to gulp down mouthfuls of blood. Chirp! The great Empress, vermilion bird, screamed in anguish. Her wings crossed as she furiously smacked Su Xiaolan's head. However, Su Xiaolan continued to bite down on the vermilion bird's neck and gulped down mouthfuls of blood. The vermilion bird was going to absorb her blood essence and bloodline. Then she would suck the vermilion bird's blood dry. The neck was one of the vermilion bird's fatal weaknesses. How could Su Xiaolan possibly let go? This was the moment where victory and defeat would be decided. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was forced into a desperate situation, and a ruthless expression appeared on her face. "Nan Li Vermilion Bird Flame!" she yelled. Vermilion Bird, Nan Li's body suddenly trembled. Then he let out a wail of anguish. The bloodline in his body burned furiously as it was stripped away from his body. Then it soared into the sky and gathered beside the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The other 5 Vermilion Bird sages all revealed expressions of shock and horror. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was extracting Vermilion Bird Nan Li's bloodline? Vermilion Bird Nan Li would die if she did that. Immediately afterward, however, a nightmare struck. Yu Luo Vermilion Bird Flame, Bing Xian Vermilion Bird Flame, Tianxian Vermilion Bird Flame, Illusory Gold Vermilion Bird Flame, Tai Jing Vermilion Bird Flame. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's voice was like a supreme, divine decree. None of the Vermilion Birds could disobey her will. The bloodlines of the 6 Vermilion Bird sages started to burn involuntarily. They wailed in anguish, but they were still unable to stop their bloodlines from being stripped away. Then, they charged toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Soon, 6 different bloodlines started to burn around the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. They quickly transformed and condensed into 6 different holy rank spears. Each spear was over 1,000,000 feet long, and they pierced through heaven and earth. Not only did they contain the terrifying power of flames, but they also contained the 6 Vermilion Bird sages' bloodlines, as well as the Tao realm that the 6 Vermilion Bird sages had comprehended in their entire lives. Even the Vermilion Bird itself didn't know just how terrifying all of this combined with the power of the Vermilion Bird's essence was. After all, this was an attack that the 6 Vermilion Bird sages had sacrificed. Su Xiaolan, it's all over. Bloodline forbidden technique. Universe shattering spear. The great Empress Vermilion Bird laughed sinisterly. Then the 6 holy spears trembled slightly. Then they simultaneously descended toward Su Xiaolan. Chapter 1930. The 6 spears pierced toward the azure dragon, who was biting down on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's neck. The power of each holy flame spear could easily slice apart a gigantic planet. Su Xiaolan had no way of dodging, and her body was pierced by the 6 spears in the blink of an eye. A searing pain erupted throughout her entire body, causing her to tremble. Her mouth, which was biting down on the Vermilion Bird's neck, also opened in pain. The space-shattering spear didn't just possess extreme sharpness. Extremely powerful flames were also its unique characteristic. The explosive sharpness began to ravage the azure dragon's body. The spears that had pierced through the azure dragon's body began to release their power of flames. The piercing was only the prelude. The explosion was the main point. This was a violent, tsunami-like destruction. The Nanli fire stripped away everything. The Luo fire corroded flesh and blood. The Bing Xian fire froze one's body. The Tianjin fire incinerated everything. The Huanjin fire penetrated one's entire body. And the Taijing fire scorched one's consciousness. In an instant, Su Xiaolan felt 6 different types of extreme pain. The power of each type of flame was terrifying enough to kill a god of creation. As the holy flame spears exploded, they incessantly pushed the azure dragon's gigantic body forward, leaving behind 6 rainbow-like trails of flames in the boundless outer space. It was a magnificent sight. In the end, the 6 holy flame spears ruthlessly nailed the gigantic azure dragon into the immortal vermilion star. The immortal vermilion star suffered another destructive blow. Not only did the azure dragon crash into it, but the 6 holy flame spears also pierced through the azure dragon's body. From afar, it looked as if a huge red ball was being crushed by the azure dragon and pierced through by the 6 brightly colored flame spears. Hell! The azure dragon roared in pain and indignation. The vermilion bird looked down at the nailed azure dragon with a cold expression. It's over. Now it's time to eat. When the 6 vermilion bird sages saw that their bloodlines could actually unleash such a powerful power that even the legendary azure dragon was nailed to the immortal vermilion star, their resentment turned into fanaticism. Is this my true power? It's amazing. It can actually suppress the azure dragon. Su Xiaolan, do you see this? My power is piercing through your flesh and torturing your body. You are nothing in my eyes. Wah. Thank you, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. You've shown me how powerful I can become. I'll give up everything for Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Everything is for Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages had been forced to extract their bloodlines. They were clearly on the brink of death, yet they still turned into bootlickers and loudly expressed their intentions. It doesn't matter how the goddess treats me. I'm willing to eat instant noodles for the goddess. Everything the goddess did was right. Even if it wasn't right, it was still worth forgiving. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird slowly descended. Waves of heat swept over, and half of the immortal vermilion star was scorched red. Her every move would cause a natural disaster, but now she couldn't care less. There was only one thing she wanted to do, and that was to kill Su Xiaolan and eat Su Xiaolan. Boom! The gigantic azure dragon's body couldn't bear the pressure, and it disintegrated into specks of azure light. The coiling star dragon completely disappeared. Along with it, the power of the azure dragon tribe, the projection of the azure dragon holy birth, and the star power of the dragon origin star also disappeared. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird was momentarily dazed. Then she looked at Su Xiaolan, who was riddled with wounds, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face. In the end, it's still a borrowed power. The most dazzling and powerful moment of your life has already become history. The current you probably can't even defeat the 6 Vermilion Bird sages, right? The Great Empress Vermilion Bird quickly shrank and transformed back into a voluptuous woman in a crimson feather dress. Step by step, she walked toward the woman in the azure dress, whose aura was becoming weaker and weaker. I've paid an unimaginable price for this battle. Even eating everything of yours won't be enough to make up for it. Although there was a smile on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face, her eyes were extremely cold. Tell me, how should I thank you? Su Xiaolan crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. The 6 holy flame spears were still embedded in the immortal vermilion star, and they were like 6 pillars of fire that rose from the boundless earth, exuding a boundless flame might. The only good thing about the azure dragon's body being destroyed was that it had successfully avoided being burned by the holy flame spears. You don't need to thank me, because Mayan Lin will thank you properly. Su Xiaolan wiped away the blood from the corners of her mouth, and a beautiful smile appeared on her flawless face. And Lin, the great Empress Vermilion Bird, couldn't help but burst into laughter. That arrogant idiot was burned to death by the reincarnation sun a long time ago. Do you really think he can escape and save you? As she spoke, she spat out a crimson bead. The vermilion bird heart essence had appeared once again. However, this time there was an extremely conspicuous crack on its flawless surface. Even with the great Empress Vermilion Bird's current abilities, she couldn't even repair this crack on the surface of the vermilion bird heart essence. From this, one could imagine just how pitiful the vermilion bird heart essence was. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was also in despair. She wanted to perfectly extract Su Xiaolan's bloodline and fuse it into her own body. She had to release the vermilion bird heart essence to absorb it. However, she never would have thought that she would be ambushed twice in a row, and this caused her to be even more severely injured. However, everything was over now. It was finally going to end. Not only am I going to extract your vermilion bird bloodline and extract your fortune, but I'm also going to squeeze your flesh and blood dry. Moreover, I'm going to imprison your divine sense and burn it for billions of years before devouring you. The great Empress Vermilion Bird leaped towards Su Xiaolan with a cold smile on her face. Even if you want to die, I won't let you have an easy death. Just like how I dealt with Enlin, I'll imprison you in the reincarnation sun and make your divine sense suffer the pain of being incessantly burned by the reincarnation sun. You won't be able to die even if you beg for it. This is the consequence of opposing me. Su Xiaolan wasn't afraid or flustered in the slightest. Instead, she was extremely happy. She smiled and said, "You keep talking about the reincarnation sun. Haven't you noticed that one of the stars in the sky is missing?" The great Empress Vermilion Bird's footsteps faltered, and she raised her head in a daze. Then she slowly opened her mouth. The battle just now had been too intense, so she didn't have time to pay attention to the changes in her surroundings. Now that Su Xiaolan mentioned it, she immediately discovered an extremely unbelievable scene. How is this possible? Where's the reincarnation sun? Impossible! This is impossible! Everything that was happening before her eyes was beyond her understanding. Just as her mind was in turmoil and her mind was about to fall into absolute shock and confusion, and Lin, who had secretly used the void body mantra, suddenly appeared near the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The power of the 5 elements erupted, and the evil-slaying sword ruthlessly slashed toward the vermilion bird heart essence. By the time the great Empress Vermilion Bird reacted, it was already too late. "No!" the great Empress Vermilion Bird screamed. Crack, boom! The vermilion bird heart essence was ruthlessly sliced into 2 by the sharp sword. Chapter 1931. The nightmare reappeared. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had originally thought that the probability of the vermilion bird heart essence being severed twice was already close to 0. Never would she have imagined that it would happen a 3rd time. What did the vermilion bird heart essence do wrong? Why do you keep hacking at it? And Lin spun his sword and was about to hack at it again. The great Empress Vermilion Bird, who had just come to her senses, let out a clear cry, and made a grabbing motion in the air. The two halves of the vermilion bird heart essence were summoned, and they instantly flashed over to the female's mouth. The female opened her red lips and swallowed the bead again. Her movements couldn't be any more practiced. Erg! Then the great empress, vermilion bird, started vomiting blood. The vermilion bird heart essence had been severed for the third time, and the terrifying backlash almost killed her. How could Lin let go of such a rare opportunity? He immediately wielded his evil-slaying sword and unleashed his 5 elemental body and heavenly god powers. Then he pounced toward the great empress, vermilion bird, and unleashed a flurry of attacks. The great empress, vermilion bird, was about to go crazy. She vomited blood as she defended against Lin's attacks. She was in an extremely sorry state, and there was still an expression of disbelief on her face. Why were you able to escape? What did you do to my reincarnation son? In the blink of an eye, the female's snow-white skin had been slashed in a dozen or so places. However, she was still unwilling to give up. The scene before her eyes had far exceeded her understanding. What did I do? I ate it, and Lin replied indifferently. The great empress, vermilion bird's pupils contracted. I'm impossible. And Lin's sword intent swept through the air, and the power of the 5 elemental bodies bombarded the female's body. He sneered. Apart from saying that it's impossible, what else can you say? Erg. The great empress, vermilion bird, vomited another mouthful of blood at Lin, and Lin swung his sword, and the 2 halves of blood suddenly erupted with a dazzling crimson light. Boom! The blood exploded, and the extreme vermilion bird origin power instantly incinerated everything in the surroundings. Every drop of the vermilion bird's blood contained energy that even Tao integration stage super mighty figures couldn't withstand. One could imagine how powerful the explosion of this mouthful of blood was. The great empress, vermilion bird, didn't want to attack Lin by vomiting blood. After all, this was a technique that dealt a heavy blow to the enemy and a heavy blow to herself. However, she was currently in a state of panic and anxiety. In addition to the backlash from her heart essence, she was originally going to vomit blood, so she decided to make use of the blood. Rip! A streak of black light sliced through the vermilion bird origin power, and Lin's body was charred black as he rushed out from the explosion. He continued to swing his sword toward the great empress, vermilion bird. The great empress, vermilion bird's eyelids twitched, and a rare hint of retreat appeared in her heart. She had suffered repeated setbacks, and her confidence in this battle had slowly fallen to the bottom. Su Xiaolan had reached the Tao integration stage and had even become the guardian deity of the Azure Dragon tribe. This was already incomprehensible to her. Now, Lin had actually destroyed the Samsara Sun. This was even more beyond her understanding. Every time she tried to spit out her vermilion bird heart essence, it would be ambushed. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. But when she thought about it carefully, only an extremely powerful enemy would be able to cause her so many accidents. In other words, she had completely underestimated the strength of these 2 people. Right now, her condition was already extremely poor. She couldn't even use the power of the vermilion bird heart essence. As proud as she was, she couldn't guarantee that another unbearable accident wouldn't occur when she killed these 2 people a temporary retreat. This thought finally surfaced in the great empress, vermilion bird's mind. In terms of fleeing speed, the vermilion bird was definitely the fastest in the realm of stars. In fact, she was even faster than the other 3 holy beasts. If she wanted to flee, apart from Pango, no one could catch up to her. But was she really going to flee? The great empress, vermilion bird's body trembled uncontrollably as she struggled internally. Fleeing meant that she was no match for these enemies. Even if there were countless reasons, it would still mean that she was afraid of these enemies. These enemies had humiliated her. Her extreme pride wouldn't allow her to do such a thing. Universe-shattering true spears! the great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly roared in anger. The 6 heavens shattering, holy spears stabbed into the immortal Vermilion Star were pulled out again. Under the command of the great Empress Vermilion Birds, they rapidly shrunk and condensed. From their original size of 10 million feet, they shrunk to 1,000,000 times their original size. Then they became thin and long spears that were only 10 feet long. Extremely compressed energy, and extremely compressed might cause the energy density of each spear to become terrifyingly high. In fact, the surrounding void even formed a collapsing vortex of destruction. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. Go! The great Empress Vermilion Bird quickly retreated. With a wave of her hand, the 6 terrifying spears, which carried with them the might to tear apart the universe, stabbed toward the nearby Enlil. Enlil furiously slashed his sword toward one of the spears. Boom! Enlil felt a boundless power that made his heart palpitate. What he slashed wasn't a spear. Rather, it was a divine tool that could easily tear apart the world. The web between Enlil's thumb and forefinger split open, and he almost lost his grip on his sword. His body was quickly knocked back by the immense power contained in the spear. The holy flame contained within the spear also spread along the evil-slaying sword to his entire body. Then it quickly started to burn him. Enlil howled in pain from the scorching heat. He had to admit that the spears before him were truly terrifying. They had the power to easily wound him. At this moment, the other 5 spears had already whizzed toward him. An indescribable rage burned in Enlin's heart as he sensed the terrifying, piercing power of the spears and the pain caused by the flames. Was Su Xiaolan tortured by these 6 terrifying spears? When he rushed over, he saw the scene of the azure dragon being pierced by the 6 holy spears. He saw Su Xiaolan screaming in anguish as she was nailed to the immortal Vermilion Star and burned by the 6 holy flames. Now that he had personally experienced the might of the spears, he was even more furious. It was also at this moment that he saw the great Empress Vermilion Bird flap her wings. Then she transformed into a streak of red light and fled into the distance. This scene caused Enlin's expression to change drastically. The great Empress Vermilion Bird is actually trying to escape. Now they were already enemies. If he allowed the great Empress Vermilion Bird to successfully escape and recuperate from her injuries, she would definitely become an extremely terrifying enemy. I can't let her escape. I can't let her escape no matter what price I have to pay. This was the only thought in Enlin's mind at this moment. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was indeed fleeing. The holy beast's intense desire to live had defeated her pride, and she had chosen a strategic retreat. However, she had already sworn a vow in her heart. When the 2 of them met again, she would do everything in her power to exact vengeance on them, no matter the cost. In fact, she was even willing to give up massive benefits and join forces with the 4 holy beasts to hunt them down. She was going to capture the 2 of them alive and then torture them endlessly. Only then could she wash away the humiliation she had suffered today. Just as she was thinking this, the great Empress Vermilion Bird's feathers suddenly stood on end, and a boundless sense of danger enveloped her entire body. She was being stared at by something terrifying. Chapter 1932. Just what kind of feeling was this? Just who could bring such a feeling to the Vermilion Bird? Boundless darkness, boundless depth. She was extremely close to death. It was as if her existence was going to be erased from this world in the next instant. Darkness blotted out the sky. The scorching earth also turned into darkness where nothing could be seen. There was no heat, no light, no matter, and no space. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was still frantically fleeing. Her fiery wings, which radiated with the Vermilion Bird origin power and holy light, looked as if they would be engulfed by the darkness in the next instant. She turned her head with great difficulty and saw a scene that both terrified and enthralled her. Behind her was a man who wore a black divine robe and wielded his evil-slaying sword. With a single slash of his sword, he obliterated the 6 holy spears. His eyes were a pair of black and white fish, and they were like the eyes of a deity. His aura wasn't very powerful, but it was as if he had transcended beyond this world. He was extremely ethereal and unfathomable. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird, was enthralled by this man's aura. This was an aura that she yearned for. However, she was also terrified at the same time. This was because the man had already pointed his sword at her, and she had nowhere to run. Everything around her was pitch black. Wherever the darkness was, the man's attack range would be. She didn't know what to do to escape this boundless darkness. This was Enlin's high-rank war god mystic technique. Dark Immortal Transformation. After Enlin obliterated the 6 holy spears, his sword continued to slash toward the great Empress, Vermilion Bird. 3 seconds of true man. Every moment was extremely precious. Die. Enlin roared in rage as he slashed his evil-slaying sword toward the fleeing great Empress, Vermilion Bird. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird, knew that she couldn't escape, so she instantly turned around and transformed into her true form. Her wings spanned over 10 million feet, and a sinister expression appeared on her face. Copious amounts of blood burst forth from her body, transforming into boundless blood flames capable of incinerating the universe. I'm going to kill you. Hongli blood flames. If the great Empress, Vermilion Bird, ignited her bloodline, she could materialize a space-shattering true spear that could pierce through the azure dragon. However, this time, the great Empress, Vermilion Bird, ignited her own bloodline. How many times more powerful would it be than the space-shattering true spear? Never fight a god of creation to the death. This was something that all gods of creation were well aware of. The other party could choose to escape if they were no match for him. However, if he forced the other party into a desperate situation, and the other party fought back with all his might, it was very likely that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. But now, Enlin had forced a god of creation with a holy birth to fight to the death. The threat of a disaster like this was countless times more terrifying than if a god of creation were to be hounded to death. The Hongli blood flame was over 100 times hotter than the holy vermilion flame that the Vermilion Bird had unleashed in the past. Not only was the Hongli blood flame indestructible, but it was also able to proliferate endlessly. Even if the darkness was boundless, the Hongli blood flame would still be able to expand without end. This light was brighter than planet Suzuku and could pierce through the darkness. This was an attack that the Vermilion Bird had sacrificed its path and ignited its bloodline. This was an attack that could kill a god of creation stage, Cultivator. Rumble. The blood-red flames collided with Enlin's sword technique. The surging blood flames instantly swallowed the black sword light and then surged madly towards Enlin. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird, spread her wings, and she laughed with resentment and satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Good. Burn him for me. She had only just finished speaking when the crimson flames before her were inexplicably sliced in half. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird's mouth gaped open in shock. Before she could figure out what was going on, everything around her had sunk into absolute darkness. She couldn't see anything, and she couldn't sense anything. Even the pain only lasted for an instant. Then, everything completely disappeared. She couldn't even sense her own existence. This was even more terrifying than death. Disappear? No. The Vermilion Bird screamed in horror. Boundless terror started to spread through her entire body, and her expression changed drastically as she flapped her wings continuously. However, it was all too late. Her enormous body, which seemed to cover the sky, had already split into the deepest darkness from the middle. Then, the darkness spread and engulfed her chest, engulfed her wings, engulfed her bare feet, engulfed her head, and finally, even her consciousness was engulfed. Eternal and boundless darkness was her only home. The darkness dissipated. The vermilion bird, which was so gigantic that it could engulf an entire planet, had already completely disappeared. Silence reigned over the boundless heaven and earth. Waves of heat surged, and only a white-robed figure stood silently. His body seemed extremely frail and fragile, but he still gripped his sword tightly in his hand. The entire vermilion bird star system witnessed the scene of a boundless and majestic vermilion bird being engulfed by darkness before completely disappearing. They were shocked and bewildered. On the immortal vermilion star, the 6 vermilion bird sages were shaking their heads in agony and disbelief. Where's the great Empress, Vermilion Bird? Is she dead? No, the great Empress, Vermilion Bird, won't die. And Lin, you shameless bastard, hurry up and release our great Empress, Vermilion Bird. If you have the guts, then fight fair and square. Don't always play dirty tricks. The mighty great Empress, Vermilion Bird, is invincible. No one can break her legend. We will wait here for her return. The 6 vermilion bird sages were still hooting. Even though they were already in an extremely pitiful state, they still had to open their mouths. Whoosh! A rain of blood fell from the sky. Every drop of blood contained an extremely rich vermilion bird Tao realm. Phenomena of a god of creation falling began to appear. The 6 vermilion bird sages had been slapped in the face. Their eyes were red and swollen, and tears streamed down their faces as they stared at this unimaginable scene. All of the living beings in the vermilion bird territory began to realize that the vermilion bird had fallen. Even though the phenomena had already appeared, they still couldn't believe that this was reality. A rain of blood fell from every planet in the vermilion bird star system. The phenomena began to spread from the vermilion bird star system to the rest of the star systems. This time, the scope of the phenomena was even larger than what Lin had seen last time. It covered hundreds of millions of planets in the southern region of the realm of stars. A rain of blood fell from all of the planets. All of the living beings on the planets were suddenly enlightened. One of the 4 holy beasts, the vermilion bird, had already fallen. Following this, they were filled with uncontrollable grief. The fall of the vermilion bird was a super major event that shocked the entire realm of stars. Furthermore, the phenomena brought about by its fall weren't just limited to the southern region of the realm of stars. Instead, they quickly spread to the entire boundless realm of stars. The vermilion bird took control of the southern region, and the skies of all the planets in the southern region were dyed blood red. Regardless of whether it was day or night, it was as if the skies in the southern region had been dyed red with blood. All of the living beings in the universe were struck by a boundless sense of grief. This wasn't the fall of a god of creation. Instead, it was the fall of a holy god of creation. The entire universe was grieving. Of course, the most grief-stricken were the living beings of the vermilion bird tribe. All of the living beings in the vermilion bird star system were sobbing. The source of their bloodline had been severed, and the being they revered the most had fallen. This was such a heavy blow that many of the vermilion bird tribe living beings chose to commit suicide on the spot. They were the proudest tribe, and the bloodline that flowed through their bodies was the source of their pride. Furthermore, the great Empress Vermilion Bird was the goal that they pursued their entire lives. Now, even their ultimate goal had fallen. One could imagine just how heavy a blow this was to their Tao hearts. At least 1/10 of the vermilion bird tribe living beings in the vermilion bird star system had chosen to commit suicide. The phenomena of the great Tao of heaven and earth that signified the death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure also began to appear. However, Lin didn't have the leisure to pay attention to these things. He looked toward the direction where the great Empress Vermilion Bird had disappeared. Chapter 1933. At the location where the great Empress Vermilion Bird had disappeared, a crimson bead slowly floated in the air. That's right, the great Empress Vermilion Bird had died, but her vermilion bird heart essence remained. The vermilion bird heart essence was in tatters, but it managed to withstand Lin's dark, immortal strike. The vermilion bird heart essence was the only thing that existed in the entire universe. It was something that all living beings yearned for. It was a supreme treasure that could drive even gods of creation crazy. It was also a prerequisite for gods of creation to advance to the holy birth. Even though Lin didn't have any vermilion bird bloodline, he was still extremely tempted, and Lin took a step forward. Then, an extreme sense of dizziness and weakness instantly engulfed his entire body. His body swayed slightly, and he was about to fall backward. The dark, immortal transformation had depleted all of his energy. Right now, he couldn't even fly toward the vermilion bird heart essence. And Lin, are you all right? A crisp and sweet voice traveled over from behind him, and Lin fell into a soft and warm embrace. And Lin shook his head and urged, I'm fine. Xiaolan, hurry and take the vermilion bird heart essence. It's a good thing. Su Xiaolan looked up at the crimson bead in the air, and her sealed bloodline began to throb uncontrollably. Even Lin couldn't resist it. So Su Xiaolan's bloodline was extremely compatible with the vermilion bird heart essence. This was a fatal temptation. Xiaolan, this is a rare opportunity. Hurry and refine it. And Lin urged excitedly, Can I really do it? Su Xiaolan was extremely uneasy. She had just experienced a fierce battle, and she was currently in a weakened state. Furthermore, she had been tricked by the great Empress Vermilion Bird using the vermilion bird heart essence. So she was extremely wary of the vermilion bird heart essence. Furthermore, she had sliced the vermilion bird heart essence in half before. Who knew if the vermilion bird heart essence would hold a grudge? Believe in yourself. You can do it. And Lin was still encouraging him. When Su Xiaolan heard Lin's words, she immediately undid the seal on the vermilion bird bloodline in her body and released the complete and pure vermilion bird bloodline. Rumble. The pure aura of the vermilion bird bloodline began to spread. The vermilion bird heart essence in the sky suddenly began to tremble violently. It was already an ownerless object, and it could choose an existence that was compatible with it as its successor. The vermilion bird bloodline aura released by Su Xiaolan was exactly what it liked. Su Xiaolan was a little confused. Speaking of which, how did he refine the vermilion bird heart essence? The method that the great Empress Vermilion Bird had taught her was clearly not the correct way to refine the vermilion bird heart essence. Thus, the question was, how was she supposed to refine the vermilion bird heart essence? Just when Su Xiaolan was at a loss. Whoosh! The vermilion bird heart essence suddenly tore through space and hurtled toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was given a fright. She hadn't summoned the vermilion bird heart essence, but the vermilion bird heart essence was charging toward her? Did it have to be so bold? At the very least, it had to have the pride of a supreme vermilion bird. Su Xiaolan was still very nervous. She didn't know whether the vermilion bird heart essence was charging toward her out of kindness or malice. What if the vermilion bird heart essence also wanted to harm her? As the vermilion bird heart essence drew closer and closer, she inexplicably began to read a lot of emotions from the crimson bead before her. These were emotions that only possessors of the purest bloodline had the right to read. Vermilion bird heart essence. Boss! Want me? Su Xiaolan. The crimson bead grew anxious upon seeing the woman's cold expression, and it continued to release its emotions. Vermilion bird heart essence. I'm severely injured right now, and I don't have an owner. I urgently need the nourishment of an owner's power. In the entire vermilion bird tribe, only you have the right to possess me. Furthermore, your bloodline is comparable to the great Empress Vermilion Bird's perfect successor. So, hurry up and accept me. Swallow me and transfer me to your heart. Use your heart's blood to refine me, and you'll be able to fuse with me. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up slightly. She was just struggling to figure out how to refine the vermilion bird heart essence, and it was voluntarily telling her, "But I'm only at the Tao integration pinnacle stage right now. Can I really refine you? Su Xiaolan asked hesitantly. Of course you can. You don't necessarily have to be at the God of creation stage to obtain a holy birth. It's just that we usually look down on living beings that aren't even at the God of creation stage. However, you've changed my mind. The vermilion bird heart essence replied with excitement. As it spoke, its body suddenly showed signs of cracking again. It instantly panicked again, and it flew around Su Xiaolan while releasing its emotions. There's no time to hesitate. Hurry up and refine me. If you don't absorb me, I'm going to die soon. Su Xiaolan raised her eyebrows with a smile. The vermilion bird heart essence is an eternal and undying treasure. You're still alive even after the great Empress Vermilion Bird perished. And now you're telling me that you're going to die? Who are you trying to fool? Vermilion bird heart essence. All right, I was exaggerating a little. The crimson bead trembled lightly as it tried to express its emotions with great difficulty. This is equivalent to a human possessing an undying ability. However, his body is sliced in half at the waist, and his blood splatters all over the ground. He crawls on the ground, bleeding as he crawls. He's in extreme pain, and his life essence is constantly being drained away. Although he has an undying hack, it's no different from being on the brink of death. Su Xiaolan stroked her chin and nodded. That's a very apt analogy. The vermilion bird heart essence was on the verge of tears. Is this the time to talk about this? Can't you see that I'm crawling around in front of you while dragging my bloody body that's been sliced in half? Hurry up and save me. Let my body heal. All right. Su Xiaolan opened her dainty mouth and swallowed the vermilion bird heart essence. Then she silently transferred it to her heart to refine it. However, she hadn't even refined it for a minute before rich, vermilion bird essential power erupted from the vermilion bird heart essence. Moreover, an extremely holy and ethereal aura fused into her entire body. Boom! A crimson pillar of light soared into the sky. Su Xiaolan once again became the center of the storm, sweeping up winds and clouds in a radius of over 10,000 kilometers. A peculiar bloodline aura proliferated and resonated with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The 6 vermilion bird sages were all dumbstruck upon seeing this. The vermilion bird heart essence was swallowed by Su Xiaolan. She even received the acknowledgement of the vermilion bird heart essence. No, stop her. We can't let the vermilion bird heart essence fall into the hands of despicable humans. The 6 vermilion bird sages yelled as they writhed on the ground. However, their bloodlines were completely depleted, so they couldn't even approach Su Xiaolan. However, just because they couldn't do it didn't mean that other powerful beings couldn't do it. 3 Tao integration stage vermilion birds poked their heads out of the clouds. Their eyes were like stars, and they looked down greedily at the 2 humans on the ground. The 2 of them have just battled the great Empress, Vermilion Bird, so they're at their weakest right now. That male can't even stand. As for that female, she's lost the power of the Azure Dragon, and she's also been severely wounded. Right now, she's busy refining the Vermilion Bird heart essence, so she can't spare any attention. Her combat prowess is also close to 0. This is our last chance and also our best chance. Chirp. Kill them. Avenge the great Empress, Vermilion Bird. The 3 Tao integration stage vermilion birds roared as they tore through the thick layer of clouds. With a terrifying might, they ferociously pounced toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan. There was one thing they didn't say. The vermilion bird heart essence was theirs. Chapter 1934. If it were Enlin and Su Xiaolan at their peak condition, these 3 Tao integration stage vermilion birds wouldn't dare to charge toward the 2 humans, even if they were given 10,000 times the courage they had. However, things were different now, and Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't even have critical health left. Instead, they only had a sliver of health left. They had a total of 10,000 health left, but they only had 1 health left now. Furthermore, they had been silenced and weakened. How could they resist the urge to kill them? What a joke! They were going to be the last-hit kings. For great Empress Vermilion Bird. For the honor of the Vermilion Bird tribe. Die, die, die! The flames of the 3-Dao integration stage, Vermilion Birds, made the entire sky change color. Su Xiaolan's body shuddered, and an expression of remorse appeared on her face. She was just about to forcibly stop the Vermilion Bird heart essence refinement process when a warm hand gently patted her head. "Don't get distracted. I'm here," and Lin said with a serious expression. Su Xiaolan was slightly dazed. You even needed someone to support you when you were walking, and you had to kneel down even when a soul formation stage bird appeared. How were you going to defend yourself against 3-Dao integration stage Vermilion Birds? However, a sense of security welled up in her heart at the sight of the white-robed man standing in front of her with a sword in his hand. Even though Enlin was unreliable at times, he was still very reliable in times of need. Su Xiaolan discarded all distracting thoughts and placed her trust in this extremely feeble man as she continued to refine the Vermilion Bird heart essence. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages all yelled with elation at the sight of the 3-Dao integration stage Vermilion Birds. Good job! You're going to be the greatest heroes of our Vermilion Bird tribe. Charge! Eat those 2 despicable humans alive. Not only were the 6 Vermilion Bird sages extremely excited, but the remaining Vermilion Bird tribe living beings on the immortal Vermilion Star, as well as the other Vermilion Bird tribe, powerful beings, wandering in outer space, also turned their gazes toward the 3 super mighty figures. It was as if these 3 were the hope of their tribe, and Lin held 3 first-grade immortal pills in his mouth as he pulled out a high-rank immortal sword from his storage ring. Ha ha ha. In this state, you still want to use your sword to kill us? Stop struggling. Do you think the amount of primordial qi you're using now is comparable to the amount of primordial qi a deity transformation rookie uses? Give up resisting, and we'll let you die more comfortably. When the 3 Vermilion Birds saw Enlin's reaction, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Enlin raised his head and smiled. Do I need to use my vital energy to deal with you guys? Bang! The high-grade immortal artifact suddenly exploded. Countless fragments that looked like white ice crystals exploded with an extremely terrifying sword intent. Sword burial. Heavenly Sea Extreme Ice. The fragmented sword blades of the peak immortal level shot into the sky, transforming into streaks of clear and transparent extreme, chill heavenly swords. Their sword intents had reached the pinnacle, and their sword might pierce through the sky. Wherever the heavenly sword passed, the void froze and all things fell silent. No! How is this possible? The 3 Vermilion Birds' expressions changed drastically as all of their feathers stood on end. They unleashed scorching flames toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan like heavenly flames, only to be pulverized by the extreme, chill heavenly swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavenly swords continued onward and tore the bodies of the 3-Dao integration stage super mighty figures into shreds. They didn't even get a chance to cry out before they were torn to shreds, before being frozen into chunks of frozen flesh that crashed heavily to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth wailed with grief as Dao integration stage super mighty figures fell. Everything had happened far too quickly. It was so fast that the elated and excited smiles on the faces of some of the Vermilion Bird tribe living beings were still frozen in time, creating an extremely comical sight to behold. 3-Dao integration stage super mighty figures had been insta-killed? The 6 Vermilion Bird sages were slapped in the face again, and their mouths gaped open as they stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. It was as if they had lost all of their faith. And Lin had killed 3-Dao integration stage super mighty figures with a single strike? What happened to him running out of tricks? What happened to him being forced into a corner? Why did he look so feeble? How could he be killed? All of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings were astonished. In their eyes, Lin did indeed only have one drop of health left. However, in their eyes, this battle had become, Lin only had one drop of health left, and the 3-Dao integration stage vermilion birds felt like they had a huge advantage. The 3-Dao integration stage vermilion birds charged toward Lin. Miss, and Lin had only one drop of health left. 3 kills. Who could survive that? All those who dare to attack Xiaolan must die. And Lin positioned himself in front of Su Xiaolan as he spoke in a cold voice. His voice wasn't very loud, but all of the powerful vermilion bird tribe powerful beings shuddered upon hearing this. A chill ran down their spines as they were intimidated by his aura. No one dared to speak again. The chaotic energy was still wreaking havoc on the dilapidated planet, and Lin's white robe flapped violently in the turbulent energy, and his body swayed slightly, as if he was about to be overwhelmed by the turbulent energy. However, none of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings dared to attack Lin again, and Lin and his sword had held off the vermilion bird tribe army in his most feeble state. Su Xiaolan's eyes were filled with infatuation and fascination, and Lin was super mesmerizing in this state. He was clearly in an extremely feeble state, and he could only unleash less than 1/10,000th of his full power. However, he was far more mesmerizing than he had been in the past. This was the image of an extremely feeble man standing in front of her with a resolute determination to hold off the vermilion bird tribe army. This scene would forever be engraved into Su Xiaolan's heart. And Lin was so exceptional. If she didn't work harder, how could she be worthy of Lin? With this in mind, Su Xiaolan's Dao heart became even more resolute, and her vermilion bird heart essence cultivation seemed to have reached a new level as her entire body began to transform. As for Lin, he was feeling extremely good, and all of the pores on his body had opened up. And Lin looked around at the vast heaven and earth with an indifferent expression, but he was feeling extremely good in his heart. Even if I'm a cripple who can't use my power, I can still crush all of you. Are you all bad *SS? Are you all scared? The dark immortal transformation was Lin's most powerful trump card, but the crippled state he would be in after using it was the biggest flaw of this technique. And Lin came up with a series of countermeasures in response to this flaw. He swallowed high-rank immortal pills to quickly replenish his energy, and he used the sword burial technique of the 6 strikes of the war god as a self-defense technique. The most unique thing about the sword burial technique was that even if he didn't use his own power, he could still unleash unparalleled power just by sacrificing the essence of the immortal tool and using his sword intent alone. The only downside was that it was extremely expensive. A high-rank immortal tool cost over 10 million spirit stones. However, the one thing that Lin didn't lack the most was money. It was exactly because of this that the sword burial technique became his most powerful self-defense technique. All he had to do was buy money, and Lin still had several hundred of these immortal swords in his inventory. So what was there to panic about? Setting aside the fact that Lin was just bluffing, even if all of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings pounced on him at once, and Lin wouldn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he would be able to show them just how terrifying a kryptonite tycoon was. Chapter 1935. The vermilion bird powerful beings that Lin was looking forward to didn't come to pass. Even though he was very feeble now, the image of him insta-killing a Dao integration stage 3 super mighty figure was still fresh in the minds of all the vermilion bird powerful beings. The vermilion bird heart essence was indeed very tempting, but they had to be alive to enjoy it. The 6 vermilion bird sages were already beginning to doubt their lives. As one of the 4 top secluded clans of the star field, its strength was extremely powerful and its heritage was extremely deep. But now, it was being suppressed by 2 humans to the point where it couldn't even lift its head. And Lin stood in front of Su Xiaolan. No matter how feeble his aura was, no matter how feeble he looked, none of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings dared to take a single step forward. He was a top-tier power on his own. He stood there alone like an insurmountable mountain. The Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings were suddenly struck by a sense of despair and powerlessness. How could there be such a person in this world? And Lin was clearly very feeble, and he was clearly putting on an expression that said, "I'm very weak, come and F***ck me up." But the Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings were still very fearful and hesitant. The Vermilion Bird tribe had twice as many super mighty figures as the Azure Dragon tribe. But why did the guardian goddess of the Azure Dragon tribe, by Shui, say that the Vermilion Bird tribe would definitely be able to gather fewer Tao integration stage super mighty figures than the Azure Dragon tribe? This sentence was finally expressed vividly in the scene. The Vermilion Bird tribe was indeed very proud, but compared to their pride, they cherished their lives more. A series of tiny red divine patterns began to appear on Su Xiaolan's snowy white skin. These red divine patterns even extended to her face, but they were not messy and disorderly. Instead, they were extremely orderly, as if they were conforming to some kind of great Tao. Her eyeshadow became a bright red, and her delicate ears were tinged with a hint of red. Her lips were extremely vibrant and eye-catching, and one couldn't help but want to kiss them. And Lin looked behind him, and he was immediately stunned by her beauty. This Xiaolan was simply too dazzling, more beautiful than all of the divine flowers in the world. Just as Lin was lost in thought, a pair of white wings suddenly unfurled from Su Xiaolan's back. Unlike the Vermilion Bird's blood-red wings, Su Xiaolan's wings were more holy and flawless. It was as if all the pureness and beauty in the world had been gathered on her wings. Hua! Her wings suddenly folded and wrapped around her body, forming a white egg shape. And Lin was stunned. Is this ancestral awakening? Then he began to worry. Even if you want to revert, you don't have to turn into an egg. Xiaolan, you're not a bird. I don't want to be scared when the egg hatches and a little bird comes out. The white egg shook, as if protesting against Lin's words. The Vermilion Bird's aura was still spreading, and it was becoming more and more intense. It had already radiated to hundreds of planets in the Vermilion Bird star system, and every Vermilion Bird living being could clearly sense it. Demon, this is a hatching demon egg. Kill. We have to kill this demon in the cradle. If we don't kill this demon, our Vermilion Bird tribe will definitely be wiped out. When that time comes, we won't be far from extinction. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages had tears streaming down their faces as they rallied the powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird tribe. And Lin was a little speechless as he looked at the idiots in the distance. He still hadn't figured out how to deal with them. He would have to wait for Su Xiaolan to complete her inheritance first. Both sides were still in a deadlock. In reality, the longer this deadlock dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Lin. He had almost completely absorbed the effects of the 3 first-grade immortal pills, and the insane regenerative abilities of his body of the war god were beginning to appear. Even without the sword burial technique, he could still battle against Tao integration stage super mighty figures, not taking into account anything else. Just the fact that the 6 Vermilion Bird sages had all ignited their bloodlines was a piece of cake for him. At this moment, the entire realm of stars was shaken by the fall of the Vermilion Bird. On the dragon origin star, Bai Shui and Qi Yu looked at each other. No way. Su Xiaolan and Lin went to the Vermilion Bird realm, and Su Xiaolan even used her guardian deity power for the only time. Could it be that they fought the Vermilion Bird? Qi Yu's flesh crawled with fear. I think so. What's most unbelievable to me is, did they win? Did they defeat the Vermilion Bird who had ruled over the Vermilion Bird tribe for countless years? Bai Shui felt like this was an extremely far-fetched speculation, but it was undeniable that this was the most plausible explanation. Even though I've already thought very highly of them, I still underestimated them. Thankfully, our Azure Dragon tribe has a good temper and treats them well. Qi Yu patted his chest with lingering fear in his heart. The black dragon, who was in seclusion to refine the azure dragon heart essence, couldn't help but open his eyes. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that my previous host would be so powerful? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be able to believe it. He even killed the vermilion bird. I wonder if he'll be able to inherit the vermilion bird's holy birth. That little girl seems to possess an extremely pure vermilion bird bloodline. Could it be her? A series of thoughts flashed through the black dragon's mind, but he was still focused on refining the azure dragon heart essence. The most important thing now was to return to the holy birth. However, he had already made up his mind. After he regained his holy birth, he was going to build a good relationship with Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Both of them were extremely fortunate, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to befriend them as soon as possible. All of the gods of creation in the boundless realm of stars opened their eyes before turning toward the southern region of the realm of stars. All of them were paying close attention to this massive fall. This was definitely the most astonishing event that had ever taken place in the realm of stars in the past tens of thousands of years. Some of the mighty beings were even unable to repress the excitement in their hearts as they made their way toward the teleportation spell formation and the vermilion bird's territory. It was very likely that the vermilion bird heart essence had already been obtained by someone, but they were still unable to repress their curiosity and hurried toward the vermilion bird's territory to see just which mighty being had obtained the vermilion bird heart essence. Among the gods of creation, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was most likely an exception. After witnessing the fall of the vermilion bird, he was even more certain of his guess. This was definitely Enlin's doing, and Lin had to have unleashed some kind of terrifying trump card to be able to kill the vermilion bird. Thank God he had escaped in time. Otherwise, he would have definitely suffered the same fate as the vermilion bird. He couldn't help but feel a little smug about his wise decision. And Lin was so terrifying. The 4-9 Immortal Sect was so terrifying. An extremely mighty, transcendental power gradually took shape in his mind. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was feeling elated, and he was even more determined to live in seclusion. The most important thing now was to find a good place to conceal his identity and reappear after this storm had passed. In the southern region of the heavens, all of the living beings on the various planets looked up at the blood-stained sky with shock, curiosity, or grief on their faces. All of them knew how serious this matter was, but they were more curious about why the vermilion bird had fallen and which mighty being had slain her. On the immortal vermilion star, Enlin protected the white egg and waited for Su Xiaolan to reappear. He knew that he was most likely going to face the pressure of not just the powerful beings of the vermilion bird realm, but the entire realm of stars. However, he wasn't going to back down. He was going to protect Xiaolan at all times, until Xiaolan's rebirth. Chapter 1936. At the extreme north of the realm of stars, there was the largest ocean in the entire realm of stars. Boundless seawater stretched across the starry sky with no end in sight, and it reflected the dazzling galaxy of stars. This seawater was not normal water. Instead, it was the purest water of extreme Een. An extremely gargantuan body emerged from the ocean. The carapace on its back was as large as an entire continent, and its head was like a gargantuan snake as it looked toward the south. Its eyes were inky black, as if they could engulf the entire sky. It was one of the 4 most powerful beings in the star field who possessed a sage position, the black tortoise sacred beast that shook the entire northern star field. I thought my Xianwu heart essence was unlucky enough to be blown up for no reason, but who would have thought that the vermilion bird would be even more unlucky than me? Not only did it lose its vermilion bird heart essence, it even lost its life. Xian Wu shook its head as countless complex and profound golden vein patterns appeared on its shell. Let me divine for a moment to determine just who will be able to obtain the vermilion bird heart essence. Moments later, Xian Wu's body suddenly began to tremble. What What kind of divination is this? A being that transcends heaven and earth. Xian Wu discovered that it was unable to see through the being that had slain the vermilion bird. How could a being that existed within heaven and earth see a being that existed outside of heaven and earth? It became even more curious about that being. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. However, a tortoise wasn't a cat. Xian Wu was extremely bad *s, so it didn't mind being a little curious. So be it. I'll use my holy birth to divine for a moment. The holy birth was a being that transcended beyond heaven and earth. It was eternal and unique, and it had existed even before heaven and earth had been created. Even if heaven and earth were to be destroyed, it would still be able to survive. Xian Wu immediately began to use its holy birth to divine for a moment. However, the result of the divination left it completely dumbstruck. This, the child of the universe, his partner. In the westernmost region of the realm of stars, a little white tiger pounced onto Yang Yuan and licked him with all its might. Oh, dear Yang Yang, let me tell you some exciting news. According to our informants, the vermilion bird's death was caused by 2 humans. To think that the human race would have such a powerful being. Are they going to rise to become one of the 3 major tribes of the realm of stars? 2 humans. Yang Yuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. A man and a woman. Oh, my Yang Yang, you're so smart. It really is a man and a woman, so I'll reward you with a lick. Little white tiger licked Yang Yuan's face again. Yang Yuan couldn't care less about his disgust as waves of shock surged through his heart. No way. And Lin and Su Xiaolan killed Vermilion Bird? Was he going to ascend to heaven? In the southernmost region of the star region, Vermilion Bird star system, a dark fissure that spanned thousands of kilometers appeared. Soon after, a giant whale-like astral beast swam out of the crack. Although it was huge, if one didn't focus on it with their spiritual sense, they wouldn't notice it at all. It was as if it had a halo around it that even ordinary living beings could ignore. An indistinct and profound aura surged in the void, and with just a slight wave of its tail, which was glowing with a deep blue light, it could leap hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The star race was the race that was most proficient in flying through space. This massive whale was the leader of the star tribe, the Dark River Immortal Whale. It was a god of creation stage mighty figure, and it was the first powerful being to arrive in the Vermilion Bird star system. In the realm of stars, it was the fastest being to travel through space. The Dark River Immortal Whale's favorite thing to do was to join in on the fun. At the same time, it was also the #1 broadcaster of the realm of stars universe, and it would broadcast any major event that happened. For an earth-shattering event, like the fall of the Vermilion Bird, it had to travel in person in order to obtain first-hand information. Oh, I've made an earth-shattering discovery. There was a recording divine tool on top of the whale's head, and it began to record the surroundings of the Vermilion Bird star system. One of the 9 stars of the Vermilion Bird star system has been destroyed. The whale's body trembled with excitement. There are remnants of the Vermilion Bird's heaven-scorching power and the Azure Dragon tribe's verdant wood power lingering in the air. So the Azure Dragon tribe has something to do with this. The Dark River Immortal Whale wriggled its massive body as it swam through the Vermilion Bird's territory, recording first-hand information with excitement. Look, what's that? What a huge fish! No, wait. That's Senior Dark River Immortal Whale. My God, it's here! All of the Vermilion Bird tribe living beings let loose cries of surprise at the sight of such a huge whale. Is a god of creation trying to take advantage of the situation by coming here? No, Senior Dark River Immortal Whale is a good fish filled with a sense of justice. There's no need for us to worry. Senior Dark River Immortal Whale, please help us kill those 2 heinous humans. Some of the Vermilion Bird living beings had even placed their hopes on a foreign whale. However, Most of the vermilion birds remained silent. Their pride prevented them from saying such words. But they were also hoping that the dark river immortal whale would swallow those two detestable humans in one gulp. The dark river immortal whale paid no heed to the vermilion bird tribe living beings. Instead, it swam through the air and recorded everything it saw with excitement. The dark river immortal whale exclaimed in excitement, "What an intense battle! What powerful energy fluctuations!" Space was torn apart, and chaos was wreaking havoc. Azure and red energy lingered in the air for a very long time. Just from looking at it, I can tell just how intense the battle was. Oh, so this is the immortal vermilion star of the vermilion bird tribe? How did it end up like this? If it weren't for the power of laws, it would probably have exploded several hundred times already. The dark river immortal whale exclaimed in amazement at the sight of the tattered immortal vermilion star. It then caught sight of the man standing silently on the ground, as well as the woman who had been reduced to a white eggshell, and its eyes abruptly contracted. Those two must be the top-rate powerful beings who slayed the vermilion bird, right? What an unfamiliar aura. What an unfamiliar existence. To think that they're humans aren't the most powerful beings in the human race, only at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. How could a human kill a vermilion bird? No, even a god of creation, stage god of creation, wouldn't be able to kill a vermilion bird. Where did these freaks come from? There's a very good chance that they're not humans from this world. The dark river immortal whale was the most knowledgeable god of creation, stage god of creation, and it immediately came to a conclusion. He's already so feeble after that battle. The dark river immortal whale narrowed its eyes as it looked at the white-robed man in the distance. Has the woman behind him received the approval of the vermilion bird heart essence? Is she in the process of refinement? How tempting! The dark river immortal whale was a little tempted. It was a fish with no desires and no desires, but the vermilion bird heart essence was right before its eyes, and it was extremely tempted. It had no choice. This was the most valuable treasure in the realm of stars, and even it was no exception. Should it do anything? Should it do anything, it was the fastest god of creation, stage god of creation. It could definitely do something, then escape with the vermilion bird heart essence. Should it do it or not? The dark river immortal whale fell into a dilemma. Right at this moment, the white-robed man in the distance also caught sight of it, and a smile appeared on his face. Anyone who dares to attack Xiaolan will die. Chapter 1937. It was a very lackluster statement. It was like a bedridden old man coughing and trembling as he told a bandit in a feeble voice, "Anyone who dares to take my money must die." A normal bandit would most likely have slashed him with a saber without any hesitation. However, the dark river immortal whale hesitated. It knew that this old man had killed the vermilion bird in the past. Did this white-robed man have any other trump cards? Also, what was his background? The vermilion bird heart essence was indeed a good treasure, but it didn't want to die here for it. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'm a reporter from the realm of stars, and I'm just here to see what's going on. I'm a lover of peace. The dark river immortal whale's body quickly shrank down to become an adorable little whale that was only around a meter in length. It swam toward Lin in an extremely friendly and approachable manner, and Lin slashed his evil-slaying sword through the air, creating a sword projection in a radius of over a kilometer. All those who cross this line will be killed without exception. A god of creation stage reporter? Who was he trying to fool? Air. The dark river immortal whale's body faltered. It looked like this man was very cautious. He didn't seem to be afraid of battle, but he was extremely cautious, which indicated that he was currently in a very bad condition. Should it do this or not? The dark river immortal whale began to hesitate again. The dark river immortal whale hesitated momentarily before asking, I really am a reporter. Can I interview you? And Lin carefully assessed the condition of his body, and it was still quite difficult for him to clash with a god of creation stage being, so he nodded. Sure, I'll accept the interview. The dark river immortal whale nodded with elation before pulling out a recording crystal. Hello everyone, I'm your little whale. I'm currently at the scene of the vermilion bird's death, and I'm preparing to interview the two mysterious, powerful beings who killed the vermilion bird. Stay tuned, everyone. And Lynn, what the hell? Why was this thing so proficient? Was it really a reporter? Hello. The dark river immortal whale greeted Lynn. Hello. And Lynn replied. He knew that the interview had already begun. The dark river immortal whale was very excited. May I ask who you are, fellow Taoist? Where did you come from, and where are you going? And Lynn put his palms together and said in a calm voice, Benefactor, little whale, this humble monk is Tang Bazong. I've come from the great Tang of the eastern lands, and I've come to the western paradise to obtain scriptures. So it's fellow Taoist Tang Bazong. The dark river immortal whale had never heard of Tang Bazong, but that didn't mean it was very enthusiastic. It knew that after today, Tang Bazong's name would spread throughout the entire realm of stars. What is the Tang of the East? What is the Western Paradise? Could this be the territory of the white tiger, holy beast? The dark river immortal whale's expression became even more respectful upon hearing this. A mysterious smile appeared on Lynn's face. I can't tell you that. All you need to know is that I'm doing something that can bring salvation to the entire universe. The dark river immortal whale shuddered upon hearing this. What a grand dream! It seemed that the other party was a kind existence, the good faction. Then why did you come into conflict with the holy beast vermilion bird? The dark river immortal whale asked. The vermilion bird tried to kill my Tao partner, so I had no choice but to kill her, and Lynn replied in a nonchalant manner. The dark river immortal whale drew a sharp intake of breath. This was a werewolf. It turned to look at the woman who had transformed into a white vermilion bird egg. You worked so hard to kill the vermilion bird, only for your Tao partner to obtain the inheritance of the vermilion bird heart essence. What do you think of this? And Lynn blinked. What else? I have to look with my heart. The dark river immortal whale's mouth gaped open upon hearing this. Then what do you plan to do with the rest of the vermilion bird tribe living beings? The dark river immortal whale asked. That'll depend on what my Tao partner thinks, and Lynn replied with a smile. The dark river immortal whale turned to the egg with a curious expression. What could an egg possibly think? By the time it thought of something, all of the vermilion bird tribe living beings would have already run away. No, why weren't they running away? The dark river immortal whale was confused. However, it soon realized what was going on. When Su Xiaolan refined the vermilion bird heart essence, the vermilion bird aura that she released made all of the vermilion bird tribe living beings extremely reluctant to leave this star system. This was a feeling of warmth. This was a feeling of home. This was light. Moths flying into a flame. The vermilion bird tribe living beings wouldn't fly into a flame, but they pursued the essence of their bloodline. This was actually the advanced version of moths flying into a flame. The aura being released by Su Xiaolan was like a flame to all of the vermilion bird tribe living beings. Is this the aura of the vermilion bird? I feel like it's different from before. In the past, it was regal with extreme pride, but now it's holy and warm like the sun. It doesn't seem to look down on all living beings as if they were mere ants. The dark river immortal whale commented. A smile appeared on Lynn's face upon hearing this. Of course, this is the power of the vermilion bird. He looked at the egg in front of him with a doting expression, revealing the benevolent concern of an old father, as if the egg contained all hope. The vermilion bird tribe living beings were hoping that the dark river immortal whale would teach these two detestable humans a lesson. But what did they see? They are actually having a friendly and pleasant interview and conversation? What the hell was going on? It was a god of creation, yet it didn't even have the courage to take advantage of the situation. The powerful beings of the vermilion bird tribe were all exasperated. Unfortunately, they couldn't influence the dark river immortal whale's thoughts and could only look on from afar. The 6 vermilion bird blasters were completely immobilized, and they were struck by a deep sense of powerlessness. Their hopes were reignited again and again, only to be reduced to despair in the end. And Lin had already become the epitome of despair. Not long after that, another burst of spatial fluctuations erupted from the vermilion bird star system. A semi-transparent, 7-colored being that resembled a Kirin suddenly tore through space and galloped through the air like a horse. The terrifying soul power that it exuded made all of the nearby vermilion bird tribe living beings feel as if they were struck by a sense of asphyxiation. That's Heavenly King Dongchen of the Spirit Tribe. A vermilion bird tribe, powerful being, exclaimed. And Lin had also noticed the extremely powerful being in the distance, and his brows furrowed slightly. Another god of creation had descended. He was one of the 4 heavenly monarchs of the Spirit Tribe, and he was on par with Heavenly Monarch Shiling and Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, Heavenly Monarch Dongchen. Ryup! There was another explosion that tore through the void. Ha ha ha! I've always wanted to go to the vermilion bird's nest. What a pity! I won't be able to sleep with such a delicious beauty like the great Empress Vermilion Bird for the rest of my life. What a pity! What a pity! An 8-winged monster with spikes all over its body and a sinister head resembling that of a western dragon crashed through a spatial rift and descended upon the vermilion bird star system with a boundless aura. Its 8 wings were all different. Some were snow white and pure. Some were densely covered in skulls. Some were overflowing with vitality. Some were covered in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When they stretched out, they were like paintings that traversed the starry sky, and they surged with boundlessly profound origin energy. The god of creation of the primordial tribe, the extreme Tao Holy Falcon, the vermilion bird tribe living beings were beginning to panic. Things had already progressed far beyond their wildest imaginations. Normally, when the vermilion bird was present, even gods of creation weren't allowed to enter the vermilion bird's territory. However, one god of creation after another had arrived at the vermilion bird star system without an invitation. The vermilion bird's territory had become extremely turbulent. Chapter 1938. It had just tested out in Lin, and the result was that he was going to be even more difficult to deal with than it had imagined. And Lin's expression became a little more grave as he looked at the gods of creation, but he still stood silently in front of Su Xiaolin. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had been enraged by the destruction of the soulless star, and he had then battled the extreme Tao Monkey Monarch. Everyone knew that he had defeated the extreme Tao Monkey Monarch. There was no other reason than the fact that he was facing 3 gods of creation now. After being baptized by the super divine might technique, the 3 gods of creation's wariness toward Lin had increased to a whole new level. Even the previously arrogant extreme Tao Holy Eagle was now silent. This was the difference. It could make one's opponent misjudge one's power. The dark river immortal whale didn't enter the range of Lin's sword. Instead, it slowly retreated, but it had no intention of retreating, as if it was making space for the 2 gods of creation. Mr. Tang Bazong, thank you for accepting the interview. The interview is now over. The dark river immortal whale waved its glowing tail with a friendly smile on its face. The extreme Tao Holy Falcon descended with black winds swirling around it, as if it were trying to make all living beings kneel down. The 2 gods of creation were quickly flying toward the immortal vermilion star. The dark river immortal whale was just conversing with Lin when an urge suddenly welled up in its heart, but it immediately repressed this urge. It knew that its best opportunity to strike had already passed. Ha ha ha. Mr. Tang Bazong, you've wronged me. I've already told you that I'm a reporter and a pacifist. I would never do something like that. The extreme Tao Holy Falcon's legs gave out from under it, and it was just about to kneel down, but its 8 wings managed to stay firmly on the ground, thereby avoiding an extremely embarrassing scenario. Was the answer finally revealed now The super divine might technique had expended a lot of the power of Enlin's consciousness, but it was more effective than he had imagined. At the very least, the three gods of creation didn't dare to attack him anymore. Enlin felt as if a boundless mountain were crushing his entire body. If he were a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, he would probably be crushed into mincemeat in an instant. Heavenly Monarch North Star and the Infernal River Immortal Whale also swayed slightly. Even if they were not targeted, they were still shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. Gods of creation represented transcendence, and they wielded the most essential power in this world. None of them were to be trifled with. The Dark River Immortal Whale, Heavenly Monarch Dongqin, and the Extreme Tao Holy Falcon. If the three of them were to attack him at once, even Enlin at his peak condition would be in a state of panic, let alone the half-recovered Enlin. From Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's reaction, it could be seen that not only was this man terrifyingly powerful, he also had an extremely terrifying background. Otherwise, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo wouldn't have run away so easily. The biggest advantage of the Super God's Might technique was that it could expand one's aura infinitely. For example, the Extreme Tao Holy Eagle might be able to display an awesome aura just by having an awesome strength. However, Enlin had the power to unleash more than 10% of his power with the Super Godly Might technique. Super Divine Might technique activate. Boom! A mysterious, powerful being had beaten the most prideful Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo to the point of seclusion. Furthermore, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had immediately taken all of his valuables with him before disappearing without a trace. He had clearly abandoned the spirit tribe and fled on his own. He had already swallowed a dozen or so immortal pills, and his phenomenal regenerative abilities from his phenomenal success stage body of the war god had healed around 50% of his strength, consciousness, and injuries. For the first time, he was struck by how insignificant he was. He had even abandoned the spirit tribe. How could there be such a mighty being in this world? The Extreme Tao Holy Falcon flapped its wings at an extremely fast speed, sweeping up gusts of black winds that instantly pulverized everything within a radius of over 500 kilometers around it into invisible dust. Heavenly Monarch Dongqin swallowed nervously. He had just tortured Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, and now he had killed the vermilion bird in just a few days. Was he really going to make enemies out of a werewolf like this? What kind of powerful being could unleash such a terrifying aura just from his aura alone? Who could strike such fear into Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's heart? Heavenly Monarch Dongqin shot a cold glance at the Extreme Tao Holy Falcon. Holy Falcon, you don't have the right to interfere in this matter. The vermilion bird's death has already severely impacted the stability of the entire realm of stars. This matter is under the jurisdiction of our Peacemaker Alliance, so please step back. However, the pressure he was feeling now was countless times greater than when he was facing all of the vermilion bird tribe, powerful beings, in his weakened state. Tang Bazong was Bat *SS. The peerless might of the war, God crushed all things. However, Heavenly Monarch Dongqin's heart was in turmoil. Space congealed and the earth caved in. You were the one who killed the vermilion bird. Heavenly Monarch Dongqin's footsteps faltered, and an unparalleled spiritual might instantly enshrouded the entire immortal vermilion star, striking fear into the hearts of countless vermilion bird living beings. They raised their heads to discover an extremely mighty rainbow Kirin descending from the sky. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back, and his back was as straight as a pine tree as he looked at the rainbow Kirin with a smile. Heavenly Monarch Dongqin, I've heard a lot about you. Speaking of the 4 heavenly monarchs of the spirit tribe, I've even met Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo once before. Golden ripples proliferated throughout heaven and earth, instantly vanquishing the extreme Tao Holy Falcon's aura. And Lin spoke with an indifferent expression. His soulless star was destroyed, and he vented his anger on me. I was very unhappy, so I taught him a lesson. I hope he won't take offense, and I hope you can convey my apologies to him." Furthermore, he had an astonishing battle record, so the extreme Tao Holy Falcon didn't dare to doubt him. However, he still had a chance. Ha ha ha. Your SH*TTY alliance can only scare return to Void and Tao integration stage mighty figures. But don't put on airs in front of me. I can go wherever I want to go. The extreme Tao Holy Falcon chortled with glee. So this is the human? He doesn't look very powerful. The 8-winged, dragon-headed monster chortled with glee as an extremely powerful aura crashed down upon Enlin. He couldn't afford to mess with him. There are other gods of creation who are faster than me? Its expression shifted slightly at the sight of the extremely pure rainbow Kirin, as well as the little whale before Enlin. Heavenly Monarch Dongchen and the Dark River Immortal Whale? Interesting, but you haven't obtained the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence yet, have you? However, Heavenly Monarch Dongchen was aware of another secret, which was that Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had gone to the Azure Dragon Tribe to wage a battle, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Heavenly Monarch Bei Chen's expression darkened upon seeing this. The Peacemaker Alliance was an organization that maintained peace in the realm of stars, and it had 2 gods of creation as its overseer. It was considered one of the most powerful organizations in the realm of stars. Normally, it was possible for gods of creation to give them some face, but it was very difficult to restrict the actions of a god of creation. And Lin's body didn't move in the slightest, and his eyes became pure golden in color. And Lin looked at the little whale over a kilometer away with a smile on his face. "Now that you've said your piece, do you want to make a move?" The extreme Tao Holy Falcon, which bore the brunt of the attack, felt as if it had seen an invincible god looking down at it with an indifferent expression. Chapter 1939. And Lin simply stood there without uttering any threatening words. But the 3 gods of creation didn't dare to do anything. All of the Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings were dumbstruck. They were gods of creation. They were the most powerful beings in the entire realm of stars. 3 gods of creation combined didn't dare to attack just because Enlin was standing in their way. Did they have to be so cowardly? Enlin didn't provoke them any further after saying what needed to be said. What he lacked the most right now was time, so his opponent's hesitation was beneficial to him. The extreme Tao Holy Falcon, Heavenly Monarch Dongchen, and the Dark River Immortal Whale communicated with one another through their eyes. The Dark River Immortal Whale blinked its large eyes. Tang Bazong is very powerful. After all, he's able to slay the Vermilion Bird. No matter how feeble he is, he still has trump cards that can threaten the lives of gods of creation. If we want to defeat Tang Bazong, we have to join forces. Heavenly Monarch Dong Chen's eyes flashed incessantly. Not only is Tang Bazong extremely powerful, but he also has an unfathomable background. If we really do this, we have to be prepared to face the retaliation of the forces behind him. The extreme Tao Holy Falcon flapped its wings. How are we going to split the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence? Are we going to steal it? If we fight with this mentality, the 3 of us together won't be able to defeat Tang Bazong. It was originally the most arrogant one, but after being taught a lesson by Enlin's super divine might technique, it had become the most cowardly one. Heavenly Monarch Dong Chen took a deep breath. We don't have the Vermilion Bird bloodline, so we won't be able to perfectly refine the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence. We can only use it to research how to become a holy birth, or to improve our cultivation bases. In that case, we can swear Tao heart vows that once we obtain the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence, we can take turns to research it for 100 years. Upon hearing this, the other 2 god of creation also nodded silently. It was clear that this proposal had received unanimous approval. Are you ready? It's going to be a vicious battle, and we're going to have to face the retaliation of an extremely terrifying unknown power. We'll die 1,000 deaths for the sake of Tao. The three gods of creation finally made up their minds, and they all swore vows as they prepared to launch an all-out attack against Enlil. Enlil's entire body was tense, and he was extremely focused. An unprecedented war was about to break out. Heavenly monarch Dongchen strode over slowly with a cold and ethereal voice. Tang Bazong, if you leave now or immediately hand over the vermilion bird heart essence, we can spare you. Scram or die. The extreme Tao Holy Eagle clamored. Tang Bazong, I don't want to get into a conflict with you. If you willingly hand over the vermilion bird heart essence, I can give you a huge sum of money as compensation. How does that sound? The dark river immortal whale offered. And Lin was quite amused by the three gods of creation's sudden change of expression. Just tell me if you want to take my things. There's no need to beat around the bush. I don't want to fight, but I'm not afraid of a fight either. Rumble! The golden wheel appeared behind Enlil. The powerful aura of a war god soared into the sky. Enlil slashed his evil-slaying sword through the air, and his sword intent was like a heavenly saber, instantly slicing a bottomless trench into the ground before him. If you want to snatch my things, then prepare to be chopped to death by me. Enlil spoke in a cold and firm voice. The dark river immortal whale's face convulsed slightly. It didn't doubt the authenticity of Enlil's words. But what else could it do? If it wanted to reap huge rewards, it had to take some risks. Kill him. Mr. Tang Bazong, please forgive me. Die. The three gods of creation roared in unison as different essential powers surged toward Enlil from all directions, sealing off all of Enlil's escape routes. Kacha! Suddenly, a crisp tearing sound rang out. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was clearly audible to all of the gods of creation present. Not only them, but all of the living beings on the entire immortal vermilion star, the entire vermilion bird star system, and even the entire southern region of the realm of stars heard this ripping sound, as if something was being born. This sound had already transcended beyond the realm of normal sound. Instead, it was being transmitted in the form of Tao, announcing to all living beings in this world, I'm about to be born! Regardless of whether it was the dark river immortal whale, heavenly monarch Dongchen, or the extreme Tao holy falcon, all of them faltered as they stared with wide eyes at the white egg behind Enlil. It wasn't that they weren't decisive enough. Instead, they suddenly discovered that there was an extremely terrifying aura that had locked onto them and was warning them, as if it were telling them that if they dared to attack Enlil, it would kill them at all costs. Enlil also turned around to stare at the eggshell with ecstasy on his face. Sure enough, a crack had appeared on the surface of the pristine white eggshell, as if something was about to break out. This was a very rich crimson color. This was a crimson color that was even more dazzling than the sun, and it exuded an extremely holy and ethereal aura, as well as a noble and proud aura. The freedom of heaven and earth true intent was also unleashed without any reservation. This feeling of freedom had all of the living beings in the vermilion bird territory completely entranced. Crack, 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 more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the eggshell, and within the white shell was the most dazzling crimson color. And Lin's heart was in his throat, and he was both nervous and expectant. In the end, the light from the eggshell made it so that even Enlil couldn't see what was inside. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Chirp! The ethereal cry of a vermilion bird reverberated throughout the boundless southern star realm. Within the boundless crimson vermilion bird essential power, a vermilion bird so beautiful that all of the living beings couldn't take their eyes off of it, broke through the flaming vermilion bird essential power and flew straight into the heavens. In that instant, the entire sky transformed into a boundlessly beautiful painting of the southern star realm. A scene of an immortal realm unfolded before everyone's eyes, and countless birds lived in peace and contentment. At this moment, an extremely breathtaking crimson vermilion bird spread open its wings, which were even more dazzling and beautiful than the rainbow, and flew through the sky like a monarch. All of a sudden, A heavenly tune reverberated through the air, and all of the birds bowed in worship. It wasn't just the immortal vermilion star. It wasn't just the vermilion bird star system. Instead, this phenomenon appeared in the entire sky of the realm of stars. The vermilion bird had reappeared. This phenomenon would only appear when the holy birth was successfully inherited. Billions of living beings looked up into the sky at the same time. They stared at the dazzling image that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. All of the vermilion bird tribe living beings were completely entranced, and they forgot how to speak. What a beautiful figure! Wasn't this the pinnacle of their Tao? Their senses told them that this was the most beautiful and worthy of respect. Their bloodline was telling them that this was their queen. Their senses wouldn't lie, and their bodies wouldn't lie either. The vermilion bird before them was the light that they were pursuing. One of the vermilion birds knelt down first. Soon, vast swaths of vermilion birds spread open their wings and knelt to the ground. A series of raucous cries erupted into the heavens. "We pay our respects to Great Empress, Vermilion Bird. We pay our respects to Great Empress, Vermilion Bird. We pay our respects to Great Empress, Vermilion Bird." All of the vermilion bird tribe living beings made the same decision at this moment. They used the most direct method to express their emotions. Even the 6 vermilion bird sages knelt down with tears streaming down their faces to welcome their new vermilion bird. Chapter 1940. The vermilion bird's radiance dyed the entire sky a vibrant color. Within the southern heaven scroll, countless birds were bowing in worship. Outside the southern heaven scroll, billions of birds knelt at the same time as their respectful cries reverberated through the heavens. The vermilion bird danced in the sky, and all of its feathers were like the most beautiful treasures in this world, making it impossible for onlookers to look away. Its slender and graceful body displayed extreme beauty to the world. Its bright blue eyes were like a mirror in the sky, and it was as if one's soul had been cleansed by it. Even heavenly monarch North Chin and the dark river immortal whale, who didn't have a vermilion bird bloodline, were all mesmerized, let alone the vermilion bird tribe. The beauty of the vermilion bird shook the entire realm of stars. Regardless of whether it was the powerful beings or the billions of ordinary living beings, all of them were struck by an indescribable sense of respect and yearning toward the beautiful figure in the distant sky. In the entire universe, a phenomenon that affected the entire realm of stars would only occur when a holy birth was inherited. After the phenomenon, no one would ever be able to forget the vermilion bird. On the immortal vermilion star, at the place where the phenomenon had erupted, and Lin was completely speechless as he looked at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Too beautiful, indescribably beautiful. He looked at the proud vermilion birds prostrating on the ground, and his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Su Xiaolan was the second person responsible for the death of the great Empress Vermilion Bird, but they were kneeling before Su Xiaolan. Reality proved that these extremely proud vermilion birds were actually loyal to the vermilion bird holy birth rather than a specific being. They only believed in the instinctive thirst in their bloodlines. Su Xiaolan's ascension to the holy birth had made their bloodlines boil and subjugate them. Thus she was their empress. Even the vermilion bird haters from before were the same, and Lin felt like this was perhaps a good thing. This meant that Su Xiaolan had conquered the entire vermilion bird tribe without sacrificing a single soldier. The entire vermilion bird tribe could be used by her, just as countless living beings were immersed in this phenomenon. The vermilion bird in the sky turned its eyes toward the dark river immortal whale, heavenly monarch Bei Chen, and the extreme Tao holy falcon. Terrifying holy Tao might swept forth like a tsunami, striking the 3 gods of creation with an extremely fearsome pressure. The vermilion bird territory doesn't welcome outsiders. Scram! The vermilion bird's voice was clear and melodious, and her tone was indisputable. The 3 gods of creation were enraged to hear this. No one in the entire realm of stars dared to speak to them, like this. The extreme Tao Holy Eagle looked at the vermilion bird in the sky, then looked at Enlin, who was standing on his sword. It gritted its teeth and said unwillingly, "We've already missed the opportunity to attack. Let's retreat." As it spoke, it unfurled its 8 wings and flapped them. Space surged, and it plunged into the ripples of space, disappearing without a trace. The dark river immortal whale and heavenly monarch Bei Qin exchanged a glance before also choosing to retreat. Dealing with Enlin alone was already very risky. Now that there was a new vermilion bird, how were they supposed to fight this battle? Did he really have to gamble with his life? It wasn't worth it. The 2 powerful figures also disappeared, and Lin's enemies had been forced into retreat by the vermilion bird just like that. It had to be said that Xiaolan was becoming more and more badass. In the past, she would never have dared to tell a god of creation to piss off. Not long after that, the phenomenon in the sky began to dim. The southern sky scroll disappeared. The vermilion bird also transformed into a ball of inexhaustible flames that continued to condense into a crimson streak of light, releasing light and heat that was even more ridiculous than that of the sun before flying toward the center of the shattered eggshell. And Lin made his way toward it with excitement in his eyes. She was finally going to transform back into Xiaolan. He was worried that Su Xiaolan would have to maintain her vermilion bird form. The vermilion bird was very beautiful, but compared to riding the vermilion bird, he preferred hugging Xiaolan. And Lin made his way over to the eggshell, and the blinding light finally disappeared. "Xiaolan, congratulations on inheriting the holy birth." And Lin spread open his arms with a smile on his face, waiting for a hug. Wah, wah. A series of crisp, bell-like cries reverberated around his ears. And Lin's smile froze on his face as he looked at the scene at the center of the eggshell. Wah. A delicate little baby was bawling at the center of the eggshell. She had soft, pink skin and features that were so beautiful they were almost unreal. She had soft little hair, and her 4 limbs were waving in the wind. She looked like a 1-year-old baby girl. And Lin, the little baby girl, no, this can't be real. And Lin shook his head relentlessly. The little baby girl waved her hands. And Lin's pupils dilated a little. Why was it that he had waited for Xiaolan to return to his arms, only for the egg to hatch into a little baby? This didn't make any *king sense. However, he soon detected Su Xiaolan's aura from the little baby girl's body. This was a unique aura, and Lin picked up the little baby girl with trembling hands. Xiaolan, is that you? Xiaolan, wah. The little baby girl opened her big, bright eyes and patted Lin's face before giggling like an idiot. And Lin, tell me this isn't Xiaolan. However, the surging power of the vermilion bird and the power of the true dragon within the little female infant's body, as well as the ethereal and transcendent aura emanating from her body, as well as her unique scent, were all telling Enlin that she was Su Xiaolan, just as Enlin was feeling a little lost and on the verge of a mental breakdown. All of the vermilion bird tribe, Tao, integration stage, super mighty figures had gathered behind him, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Furthermore, all of them possessed powerful auras, clearly indicating that they were the higher-ups of the vermilion bird tribe. And Lin turned around with little Xiaolan in his arms, only to discover that all of the vermilion bird tribe living beings had collapsed to the ground. This was a spectacular sight to behold. It was as if a sea of dazzling feathers were surging through the air. Congratulations on inheriting the holy birth, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Congratulations on inheriting the holy birth, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. May the Great Empress Vermilion Bird live for eternity. All of the vermilion bird higher-ups congratulated her in unison. Xiaolan waved her arms. Wah, we will forever be loyal to the Great Empress Vermilion Bird. A Tao integration stage vermilion bird with a long white beard and a mysterious disc engraved on its back trembled with excitement. Behind him, all of the Tao integration stage, vermilion birds, yelled in unison. High Priest Hongwu is right. The great Empress, Vermilion Bird, is our light. She is our only legend. We will only be loyal to the great Empress, Vermilion Bird. Immediately afterward, another wave of excited cheers erupted. Little Xiaolan wasn't afraid in the slightest as she listened to the deafening cheers. Instead, she waved her little arms at the hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds before her as she let loose a string of cries. Before she knew it, drool was already flowing from the corners of her lips. Chapter 1941. And Lin remained expressionless as he silently wiped the drool from little Xiaolan's mouth. He didn't know why Su Xiaolan had become like this, nor did he know if she could revert to her original form in the future. The only thing he could do was to accept and love Xiaolan, no matter what she became. With this in mind, Lin looked at the baby girl in his arms affectionately. Wah! The baby girl opened her arms to Lin, revealing her chubby body to Lin, and Lin's eyes instantly welled up with tears. F***CK. Are you forcing me to become a pervert? I really can't fall in love with such a tiny baby girl. Although she's little Xiaolan, she's only 1 year old. Are you forcing me to transform from love into fatherly love? And Lin really wanted to vomit blood. What AF * King Fate? Everyone else was reborn as a phoenix. So why did her rebirth become rebirth as a nascent soul? What the F * CK was going on? And Lin looked at the countless vermilion birds prostrating on the ground and cheering the great Empress, Vermilion Bird. He felt like F * King, SH * T. Do you really not mind that the great Empress Vermilion Bird is a human? Furthermore, she's not a normal human. Instead, she's a dumb baby girl who can't even speak. However, the loyalty of the Vermilion Bird tribe was even stronger than Lin had imagined. Once they decided on something, they would follow through with unwavering determination. The most exemplary example was the 6 vermilion bird blabbers. Vermilion Bird Yuluo was still cheering. Oh, what a beautiful baby! Isn't the great Empress Vermilion Bird's pure and flawless body the embodiment of her pure heart? Vermilion Bird Tianjin replied, Doesn't starting from the most ignorant state mean that she's born from the beginning and has to start anew from the beginning? This is the most regal phenomenon, and she is our most regal great Empress, Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird Bing Xian yelled, Great Empress Vermilion Bird before you're born. We'll definitely protect you. We won't allow you to come to any harm. Vermilion Bird Nan Li spoke in an urgent voice. The great Empress Vermilion Bird is extremely feeble right now. Not only does she need someone to look after her, but she also needs a guardian to look after her and represent her until she matures. I recommend Lord and Lin. What do you think? Vermilion Fantasy Gold wore an expression of approval and fervor. Greetings, Master and Lin. Master and Lin shares a close relationship with Great Empress Vermilion Bird, and he possesses a noble bloodline. He's extremely powerful, and he's also extraordinarily intelligent. He forced the 3 gods of creation into retreat and saved the Vermilion Bird tribe from a dire situation. So he's the most suitable candidate. I concur. The Vermilion Bird of Taijing flapped its wings. I agree. And Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Noble bloodline? Save the Vermilion Bird clan from disaster? Have you all forgotten that you've always been against me, saying that my bloodline is despicable, that I'm cunning and treacherous, and that I've committed the most heinous crimes? Are you all F * King good at using antonyms now? High Priest Hong Wu yelled, We abide by the suggestion of the 6 vermilion bird sages. Hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds behind him yelled in unison, and their voices reverberated throughout heaven and earth. We abide by the suggestion of the 6 vermilion bird sages. We abide by the suggestion of the 6 vermilion bird sages. Master and Lin shall be the guardian of the Vermilion Bird tribe. Just like that, and Lin's identity was successfully cleared, and he became the #1 guardian of Great Empress Vermilion Bird. In doing so, he possessed power equivalent to that of Great Empress Vermilion Bird. This world was so magical. This was the only thing that was on Lin's mind at this moment. And Lin had initially wanted to insist that he and Su Xiaolan were Dao partners, but now all of the Vermilion Bird tribe had chosen Lin as Su Xiaolan's guardian. Wah! A crisp, sweet voice sounded. Immediately afterward, a pair of soft, delicate hands caressed Lin's face. And Lin looked at the adorable little baby girl in his arms, as well as her angelic smile, and all of the distracting thoughts in his mind were completely forgotten. So adorable 1-year-old Xiaolan was also so adorable, and Lin's heart melted, and he smiled along with Lin. Why do I care so much? All I have to do is love and protect Xiaolan from now on. Both of their smiles were so warm and heartwarming. This scene seemed to have been frozen in time, and a clear and childish voice rang out. And Lin faltered for a moment before looking at little Xiaolan with excitement in his eyes. Little Xiaolan, I'm Lin. And Lin was beside himself with excitement. He knew that little Xiaolan was doing her best to call out his name. Su Xiaolan still had her memories, but she was indeed a little child in her current state. And little Xiaolan grabbed onto Lin's collar and continued to speak. Her toothless mouth was a little leaky, and her voice sounded like a baby. And Lin was moved to tears, and he patiently guided her. And little Xiaolan's eyes lit up, and she seemed to have thought of a solution. Papa! Boom! And Lin felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and he was rooted to the spot. Little Xiaolan had dealt him a critical blow, and he was starting to doubt his life. A father's love is like a mountain, and Lin felt like he was being crushed by a mountain, and he was almost unable to breathe. I treat you as my Dao partner. You're calling me Papa. And Lin was starting to doubt his life. Little Xiaolan lay in Lin's arms, and her head was pressed tightly against Lin's chest as she stroked his chest with a hint of attachment. And the news that Lin had become the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's guardian instantly spread throughout the entire Vermilion Bird tribe. All of the Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings went to the Vermilion Bird Palace to pay their respects to the Great Empress Vermilion Bird. It was actually just paying respects to a little girl who was sucking on milk. High Priestess Hongwu was a sexy female Vermilion Bird, and she offered to feed little Xiaolan to her guardian and Lin. When Su Xiaolan saw the milk that was offered to her, she also let loose an excited cry, and her bright eyes expressed her desire to drink it. And Lin had somehow become a nanny, but he had no milk to feed little Xiaolan. What could he do? He could only feed little Xiaolan with High Priestess Hong Wu's milk. He had used his divine inspection technique to verify that the milk was very safe, very healthy, and there were no harmful substances in it. It was just pure Vermilion Bird power, and it was beneficial to the baby's development. And Lin held the milk bottle in his arms, and he stuffed the bottle into little Xiaolan's mouth as he walked. He didn't know what to do. He hadn't even married little Xiaolan, and he was already a nanny. How was he supposed to explain this? However, this Vermilion Bird Palace was really huge. The palace spanned a radius of several dozen kilometers, and the floor was crimson gold in color. There were statues of all different shapes and sizes scattered about, all of which exuded extremely pure flame power. There were countless mysterious and profound diagrams on the walls, and a series of pillars with divine flames of different colors revolved around them to support the dome of the palace. 2 hours later, within the Vermilion Bird Palace, and Lin sat down on a high throne with Su Xiaolan in his arms. Before him, several dozen Dao integration stage Vermilion birds and over 1,000 return to void stage Vermilion birds knelt to the ground at the same time, and Lin announced expressionlessly, "I hereby announce the establishment of the new Vermilion Bird Empire. Long live Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Long live the Vermilion Bird Tribe." All of the Vermilion Bird powerful beings yelled in unison. Chapter 1942. And Lin sighed with emotion in his heart. In the prideful Vermilion Bird Tribe, he was second only to the Vermilion Bird Tribe. That's right, he was second only to Little Xiaolan and above all other Vermilion birds. The new Vermilion Bird Empire's court conference has begun. Officials, hurry up and say what you want to say, and Lin said impatiently as he carried Little Xiaolan in his arms. Never would Lin have thought that he would become the acting emperor of the Vermilion Bird Tribe instead of the human race. However, he didn't feel any excitement or sense of accomplishment. What was so fun about talking to a bunch of birds? Furthermore, he had to carry Little Xiaolan to this King court conference. A little girl who only knew how to suck milk and couldn't even speak properly. Wasn't it a little weird to carry her to court conference? However, the officials of the Vermilion Bird Tribe said that the Great Empress Vermilion Bird had to be present. Otherwise, the court conference would be incomplete. A nanny father? What else could Lin do? He could only listen to Little Xiaolan suck milk while the higher-ups of the Vermilion Bird Tribe chattered away. The restoration and reconstruction of the immortal Vermilion Star is estimated to last for 100 years and will cost up to 3 billion spirit stones. The cabinet has decided that the number 1 construction sect in the Vermilion Bird Tribe, the Nanmu Vermilion Bird Sect, will be responsible for the project. What do you think, Great Empress Vermilion Bird? A vermilion bird with very large eyes asked. Little Xiaolan blinked. Wah. And Lin replied expressionlessly, Approved. Thank you, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The vermilion bird with very large eyes shed tears of gratitude. Great Empress Vermilion Bird is wise and decisive. Our entire tribe is fortunate. As it retreated, it didn't forget to lick the general. An awe-inspiring vermilion bird in a suit of black armor made its way over with a respectful expression. I've captured a total of 3,629 spies from the Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory. What should we do with them? And Lin waved a hand. Send them to mine. Great Empress Vermilion Bird is benevolent and benevolent. Our entire tribe is fortunate. The Vermilion Bird General licked the general before reluctantly retreating. A chorus of praise suddenly erupted from below the stage. Great Empress Vermilion Bird's benevolence knows no bounds, and her holy splendor is eternal. Great Empress Vermilion Bird's benevolence knows no bounds, and her holy splendor is eternal. And Lin, your Great Empress Vermilion Bird is currently drinking milk. Is it really appropriate for you to shamelessly praise her? Soon, another vermilion bird with golden feathers walked over. Esteemed Great Empress Vermilion Bird, your treasure vault and national treasury were both severely damaged during that battle. Do you want to move them or rebuild them here? The golden vermilion bird asked, and Lin was about to doze off, but his eyes lit up when he heard this. Treasury? Vermilion Bird has a treasure vault? Of course, the Great Empress Vermilion Bird possesses a gigantic independent treasure vault that can only be opened by the power of a holy birth. You are the new Great Empress Vermilion Bird, so you naturally have the right to inherit it. The golden vermilion bird said respectfully. This was something that everyone knew, but they did not covet it. If they coveted a treasure that possessed an absolute bloodline and was worthy of their endless yearning and respect, their Tao heart would collapse. Besides, they didn't have the ability to open that treasure vault anyway. I've decided to move them. After the court session, I'll personally bring the Great Empress Vermilion Bird there. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way, and Lin said with a serious expression. That's right, he had decided to move the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasures. As for where he was going to move them, That went without saying. He was going to move them into his storage ring. It's my honor to serve the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The golden vermilion bird bowed respectfully before departing. Immediately afterward, more vermilion birds continued to make reports. Most of the reports were about the aftermath of the battle. In any case, Lin made one decision after another based on his mood and issued one order after another. What surprised him was that none of the officials questioned or disagreed with his every order. The only thing they would say was, "Wow, this is a great decision. Wow, this is a wise order. Wow, it's my honor to serve you." What the CK and Lin felt like, even if he told a bunch of vermilion birds to eat *T, they would all exclaim in delight. Perhaps this was the power of the holy birth. In the face of such a transcendent tribe, Lin also possessed absolute authority. 1 hour later, the court session concluded. The golden vermilion bird led Lin toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasure vault. Mo Hai also came over eagerly. He had already cleared his name and no longer needed to mine. Now he was the ambassador of the human race. He was the person with the highest authority in the Vermilion Bird tribe and the human race. Mo Hai was unable to express his current emotions with words. Not only did Lin and Su Xiaolan defeat the great Empress Vermilion Bird, but Su Xiaolan had also successfully inherited the holy birth? If news of this were to spread to the Tai Chu continent, who knew what kind of storm it would create? His adorable little junior sister had become the only matriarch of the Vermilion Bird sect in the blink of an eye. Mo Hai felt a sense of disorientation whenever he thought about this. This immortal cultivation world was really dreamy and exciting. Should he continue to refer to Su Xiaolan as junior sister, or should he refer to her as Great Empress Vermilion Bird? Mo Hai was in a dilemma. He looked at the little girl in Lin's arms, and his lips twitched involuntarily. It was so hard to refer to her as matriarch. This world really was a dreamy place. Brother Lin, when are we going to return to the Tai Chu continent? Mo Hai asked with an uneasy expression. Wait for the wind to blow. And Lin replied with a contemplative expression. Tears welled up in Mo Hai's eyes, and he was on the verge of tears. Brother Lin, I don't understand what you're saying. Can you please say something that a mere mortal like me can understand? And Lin smiled. After I empty the great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasure vault, I'll think about how to use the power of the Vermilion Bird tribe to lure the Vermilion Bird tribe onto our ship. After that, we'll rendezvous with Yang Yuan and Shengguan before returning to the Azure Dragon tribe's territory and asking Patriarch Azure Dragon to open up the passageway for us. After all, he was the one who sent us here. If he doesn't send us back, I'll beat him to a pulp. And Lin finished his sentence in one breath. Mo Hai was enlightened. This was indeed the best solution. Soon, a peculiar building appeared before Lin's eyes. This was a building that resembled a bird's nest. It was very much like an oval egg, and its exterior shimmered with vibrant colors under the sun. It wasn't very big, but it was as beautiful as a pearl. The golden vermilion bird led Lin to a circular gate. This is where the great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasure vault is located. It has been fortified by layers of laws and restrictions set up by the former great Empress Vermilion Bird, as well as the power of the entire planet. There's no other way to open it aside from using the power of the holy birth. And Lin carefully sensed his surroundings. Indeed, this barrier was so sturdy that it struck one with despair. He looked at the little girl in his arms with a smile. Little Xiaolan, it's all up to you now.